A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Darling, your coffee's all cold.
You really are wifely this morning.
David, do you realize we've been married almost 4 months? Do you think we look married?
Well, certainly we look married.
I mean, do you think a stranger would look at us and say, those two are married?
Any old stranger would. What's the matter? Don't you want to look married?
I guess so.
You only guess so?
Well, I mean, you read all sorts of things about how a wife should keep her husband guessing and act as if she isn't his wife and...
You don't believe in all that sort of stuff, do you?
No, I don't. Do you?
Of course not. It's a lot of balderdash.
So I look just like a wife.
You do?
And you look like just a husband?
Well, it's harder to tell with a man.
Oh, I see.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Now, look, don't get any ideas. You're not much, but you're good enough for me, just the way you are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And the fact that you look married is nothing to sneeze at. After all, you're going to be a mother.
Who's sneezing? You know, I'd rather be married and live with you and have a baby than not be married at all.
That's comforting.
I even like it when you act like a husband.
I'm glad. I aim to please.
Except sometimes you act like too much like a husband and not enough like...
Like what?
Like not a husband.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yes?
I've filled out the report for the insurance company about that accident you had last Friday, so that takes care of that. If the insurance company calls, you just tell them to get in touch with me at the office, right?
All right. I don't mind talking to them.
No, I'll handle it.
Well, if you insist. But you're just being like a husband about it.
No other man would be bothered. Here's the form now. You have to sign it before I can send it in.
Doesn't Mr. Grant have to send in a report, too?
Certainly he does. Here, now, you sign right down there. Right there. Now, I'm on my way to the office. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Don't I get a kiss?
A kiss? Oh, yes, kiss. Here.
That kiss was awfully married, too. Bluff, answer that, why don't you, you lazy old dog? Can't you see I'm darling, like a good wife? Shakespeare, what about you, you crazy cat? Honestly, nobody moves around this house but me. Hello? Oh, hello, David. I'm fine. When did you get back from Redbury? Did you have a nice day? Good. How's the car? Did you get a ticket? Well, you know you don't get along as well with cops as I do, but I love you anyway. Yes, lots. That's good. Oh, darling, there's the doorbell. How do I know who it is? Probably some gentleman caller, but I don't know which. Of course I'll give him your love. Goodbye, husband. What? You'll be right home? Wonderful. Goodbye. I'm coming. Bluff, don't you even bark. You're a fine watchdog, you are. Oh.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grant.
I was afraid you weren't home.
I'm home.
So I see. My good luck is holding out.
I was on the telephone. I was talking
How's your mother?
Mama, she's fine.
And the dog?
Bluff, he's fine, too.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I'm sorry I haven't asked you to come in. Please come in, Mr. Grant.
you remembered my name. I'm very flattered.
Please don't be. I was just signing the accident report this morning, so it reminded me.
Oh. As a matter of fact, that's why I dropped in.
Well, do sit down. You might as well since you're here. Shakespeare, get off the good chair. Let Mr. Grant sit there.
Don't disturb him. I'll sit down over here. For the record, my name is Jim Grant, you know.
Oh?
Well, that's my name. Yes. Hiya, boy. Hiya, dog. How you doing, huh? How are you, boy? Yes. Now about this report to the insurance company. I forgot the other day to take the license plate of your car.
Well, you can't take it. We need it.
Well, I just want to borrow the numbers so I can write them down on this form.
Oh, I see.
Well, have you got them?
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
No. The license plates are on the car, and the car's somewhere between...
Well,
here
that's wonderful. That's the best news yet.
What is?
Well, just that now I've got another absolutely legitimate reason to come up and visit you. You know, I'm very grateful to you for that smash-up.
You are?
Well, would I be sitting here if you hadn't banged into me?
No, I guess you wouldn't be.
It was a very lucky accident. Probably fate. I haven't met anybody like you in New York. I've met lots of girls, but nobody like you.
Well, don't you want me to sign that insurance report?
Well, there's no point to it as long as you don't have the registration or license number.
Well, they'll be here any minute.
Oh, they will?
Look, I don't want you to think that
Now, look here. I saw right away you weren't that kind of girl. I'm not picking you up. I never picked up anyone.
But you see, I am...
Wait a minute. You're not engaged, are you?
No, I'm not engaged.
Well, as long as you're not officially engaged, my bid is in. All's fair in love and war.
Don't I look married to you?
Married? Well, what would I be doing here if I thought you looked married?
Then I don't.
Anything but. You look wonderful.
Can't you look married and wonderful?
I suppose so, but I think marriage always shows.
You do? How?
Well, it's nothing in particular, just something a man feels. Instinct, I guess you'd call it. Claudia, may I call you Claudia? I've met your mother, you know. Don't you think she'd approve of me as a gentleman caller?
You see, I don't... The doorbell.
Do you want me to answer?
No, I'll go. Look, I have to tell you...
Well, whoever it is wants to get in very badly.
Yes, I'm here. But first I must
don't you answer the doorbell around here?
Oh, all right, I'm coming.
If you won't let me in, I'll just have to let myself in.
David.
Is the lady of the house home?
I'm home.
Miss Claudia, it's your gentleman caller.
Well, maybe I'm in the way.
Too late.
I've come a-courting with some poses for the woman I love.
Hello, David.
Hello, honey. Well, hello.
Good afternoon.
David, this is Mr.
I'm Jim Grant. Glad to meet you. I look like the first of a long line.
Well, honey, you all's having a busy afternoon, huh?
David, please be serious.
Claudia, would you rather I stayed or I went?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, don't go because of me, Mr. Grant.
Jim, please don't pay any attention to him. He's not that southern usually.
Oh, he isn't?
You're happy tootin'. I just want to come to call on my young lady here.
I see.
David, will you be sensible?
Mr. Grant, this young woman here is already spoken for. As a matter of fact, and this may be something of a blow to you, I know it is to me, Claudia is married.
It's true. I tried to tell you, but you seemed so sure I wasn't that I...
Married? Well, you didn't look... Well, in that case, Mr.
Norton.
Mr. Norton, how come that you... Norton?
That's right.
I'm the lucky man.
Well, I'll be.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I wouldn't have come in like that.
Oh, please don't apologize. It's I who
Oh,
should have...
not at all. I understand Claudia bumped into your car and pretty well wrecked it.
Well, it's not that serious.
I think you're being very nice about it. I would have been furious.
Well, there's no point in getting angry, and Claudia, I mean, Mrs. Norton seemed so upset that...
Well, at any rate, I've reported to my insurance company. We made out the forms this morning, and as soon as you make your claim, it'll all be settled.
Well, certainly, of course. I hope you didn't mind my coming up here today.
Nobody minds my saying something. David, Mr. Grant came up here for me to sign something or other. His report or something.
Darling, you don't have to sign his, you see. You signed yours this morning.
Well, frankly, Mr. Norton, I couldn't think of a better reason to come up here. And that was before I knew.
Of course. You know, Mr. Grant, I look at you and I can say, there, but for the grace of me, go I.
David, you're not making sense.
Certainly I am. You know what I mean, don't you, Mr. Grant?
I think I do.
After all, there's not much difference between taking a cinder out of a girl's eye on a street corner and having a girl crash into your car in a parking lot, is there?
No, not much difference. Except that, in this case, the cinder came first.
My point? Exactly.
Well, that was lucky for you. I guess I'll make a point from now on of walking the streets when the cinders are flying. Bye, Mrs. Norton. And it's been nice meeting you, Mr. Norton. All the luck in the world to you.
And don't think I'm not going to need it.
Goodbye, Jim.
And, Jim.
Yes?
When you find that girl with a cinder in her eye, bring her up to visit us.
I will. I'd love to. I'll remember the invitation.
Mr. Norton, your wife is quite a girl. Quite a girl. Very beautiful, too. Goodbye.
Darling, you do run into the nicest people.
You're not angry, David?
No.
Aren't you even jealous?
No, just flattered. It's not every husband who has a wife other men want. He thinks you're beautiful and attractive and... the poor devil.
I don't care what he thinks. What do you think?
Do I have to tell you, darling?
It's nice to hear, David.
For a future mother, it's almost indecent, the way you look.
But how do I look?
Come here. Come over here and sit down on the sofa, and I'll tell you.
Oh, David. That kiss wasn't as if we were married at all. Oh, it made me feel like a wicked woman.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Marketing takes more time than it used to, and a little more headwork, too, if you're trying to keep within a budget. But the daily chore will be less of a bore if you look for the familiar red cooler and pause there for ice-cold Coca-Cola. Spend 5 minutes and 5 cents, and you'll finish your marketing refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight for Ironized Yeast, a story suggested by friend Wallace West of a strange inheritance, an island as large as the State of the Union. First, Frank Martin for a moment.
If you're run down, losing weight, often overtired, then listen to what a leading nutrition expert says.
Improper eating due to wartime living may cause many people to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron. Both substances are essential for normal weight, strength, and energy.
And friends, Ironized Yeast gives you both vitamin B1 with iron in easy-to-take little tablets. These little tablets have greatly helped many people with these deficiencies, helped them regain pep and strength and needed pounds so they could enjoy life again. Remember that name? Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
This might happen in a far distant tomorrow.
It just doesn't make sense.
Don't it, miss?
But why must you row me there?
I told you, miss, no boat can get past the reef.
But surely my grandfather can afford a power boat.
Last one sank 5 years ago.
Then why doesn't he... Oh, what's the use of asking any more questions? I've asked, and every answer just gets me more mixed up than I was before.
It's all very simple, miss.
Simple?
It's all just a question of money.
What do you mean, money?
10 generations the Cordays have lived and died on the island. It's all just a matter of money.
But my father...
Yes, all but your father. He was the one they called the fool.
Mr. Williams, I don't think you've any right...
It isn't a matter of right or wrong, miss. It's what they said.
How much farther is there to go? I can't see.
Yes, mist is always heavy this time of morning. We'll be there soon enough. Aye, all a matter of money.
Oh, why don't you talk words that mean something? You're like my father was. We could talk perfectly sanely about anything in the world, but the moment I spoke about the island and my ancestors, well, then there wasn't any clarity or logic anymore. Why don't you tell me what it's all about?
There's nothing to tell you that you won't know when we get there.
But tell me something.
Sun's rising, Mr. Lift.
Look, Mr. Williams, for 15 years, ever since I've been old enough to know what it's all about, I've been trying to get some information about my family. All I know is that for generations the Cordays have lived on this island. While my father was alive, I could never come here. But now he's dead, and I'm here, and I've got to know something about them, anything. Yes, so that when I meet my grandfather, I'll know a little of what it's all about. Please, tell me.
It's all a matter...
Don't say that again. Tell me something that means something to me. Rowing in the middle of nowhere. I tell you,
Wait, miss.
Wait? What?
Ahead. If you just look ahead of you.
Land.
The island always comes sudden like out of the water.
So many trees.
They're always green.
You're not rowing, yet we move.
Always a current.
I've waited so long to get here.
Aye.
We're moving so swiftly. What? Well, there's a landing pier.
Aye. Hold on. We'll bump. Now, I'll hold it. If you'll jump.
All right.
You'll stand there, please. Wait for me.
Yes. No one here. My grandfather, where is he?
Are you afraid already?
Afraid? Well, why should I? Of course I'm not. But they knew I was coming here. My grandfather, why isn't he...
Through the trees. Look. You want clear answers. There's one of them.
Chimneys. Smoke. Factories. Yes, they are factories, aren't they?
Aye.
But factories here.
Stood there for 10 generations.
But on an island in the middle of... Why here?
It's all a matter of money.
What? Tell me.
330 years ago, Pierre Corday came to this island and built them up.
But why here?
I'm telling you. I've been telling you all along. A matter of money. You know what money is. Well, it's been the day and the night and the sun and the moon of your family for as long as there's been one of you. Money, aye, and here was the making of it and the horror of it.
But why?
Let me tell you. You wanted to know. Let me tell you quick. His profits weren't big enough, Pierre Corday thought to himself. And the trouble was with the men in the factories. He decided they wanted too much. Oh, it was the men at the machines who were to blame. If he could find a place where only he'd be the boss, where there'd be no investigators and boards of arbitration, then he'd tell the men what to do, and they'd do it. And up with the profits and out with the headaches in an island. Aye, a private island. That was the answer.
And this was it?
Aye, it. Beyond the jurisdiction of any man but one of the name of Corday. So here he moved his factories, machine after machine, and when everything was set up, he sent out to the places where men walked the streets looking for work, and he said, listen to me, you single ones. You're hungry, so listen to me. I've a place where there's work for you, easy work. Work at the machines, you sit all day, you don't have to think, the machines think for you. Just sit all day and do the same thing over and over and over. I'll pay you well and I'll pay you regular. Aye, a life job if you do what I say all your lives.
And men came here?
Aye, why not? 500 picked ones, all set for life jobs in the factories of Pierre Corday. Came here 330 years ago.
But why is there smoke coming out of the factories now?
500 of them. And they sat down at the machines and started working, and Pierre Corday brought women for him to mate with, and my kin was with them. And the machines started turning.
But the factories, they're still working. Why?
Listen, you wanted me to tell you, so listen. Listen to the rest. 330 years ago, and each had his own bit of work at the machines. One to press a lever here and the other to turn a screw here. Same work hour after hour, day after day. The months went by and the profits kept on coming in. But some of them began to get tired of it, tired of the machines. Fools they were from the start. Pierre Corday picked them that way. Still they got tired. They wanted to get back to the change in life of the rest of the world. Give us hunger, they said, but give us change. They said that, aye. But they didn't get what they wanted.
Then why didn't they go away?
Where? To drown in the sea? Some did.
Then why didn't they rebel?
Aye, and some did that. And died for the trying.
Died?
Aye. They say that of the 500 men who came here at the end of 2 years, half of them had fattened the sharks in the harbor.
It isn't possible.
Aye, it all isn't possible. An island in the middle of nowhere with spinning machines and men at them. None of it's possible. But here it is. 330 years old and still the same as it was.
Tell me, you mean in those factories What?
Watch.
People. Marching. Who are they?
10th generation of them Pierre Corday brought and kept here.
The way they walk. Heads down. Arms hanging. Men like... My grandfather. Take me to him.
Take you to him?
Yes, take me to my grandfather.
Grandfather's dead.
Dead?
The island and they belong to you. Believe?
His grave is so new.
2 weeks. I buried him myself.
Did he send for me before he...
No, it was me.
You?
Me. I knew that you were the last one of them left, and I wanted you here.
But why?
I said it, didn't I? You're the last Corday. 330 years, and you're the last.
Why is the factory working so late?
It's the second shift. There are 2 a day.
All night?
Aye.
But why?
It's been that way for 330 years.
It's not true, none of it.
No?
I won't listen to you anymore.
Wait. Where are you going, girl?
Down there.
You can't go there now.
I'm going to the factory. Talk to them. Find out the truth.
All right. Find out for yourself. I want you to do that. Aye. Talk to them. Talk to them.
one row of men and women and children.
Aye, find out the children. The more hands, the more production. That was the law of the Cordays, the law of the island.
Their faces empty.
Machines do the thinking.
But they sit so quietly, not talking, none of them. Williams, why is this? Crouching over the tools like animals. Are they always like this?
The whistles blow, they eat. When it blows again, they march back to the barracks behind the factory.
Barracks?
Aye, barracks, kennels, name it what you want. That's where they live. Live until after 12 hours the whistle calls them back to work.
But the children...
I told you the children do like the rest. They work as soon as they can walk. It's been the law of the Cordays for over 300 years without change. It's the only law they know. Look at this worker, Miss Corday. Look at him, I tell you.
What's he making?
Look at his face. Lovely thing, ain't it? And his blood is the same as their blood, mixed together all through the factory. Look at them, Miss Corday. Yours, I tell you. Yours, all yours. Sit here at the machines until the flesh rots in their bones and they drop in their places. You inherit them, 1,000 of them. Ain't you proud of your inheritance?
What is he making?
What's it matter what they're making? The things they're making ain't been shipped from this island in 100 years.
What?
Aye, for 100 years they've been at the machines, but it's like a dog chasing his tail without beginning and end. What comes out of the last machine's brought back to the first machine and broken up and started all over again.
Why don't they stop?
Stop. How can you stop a rhythm that's been in the blood for 10 generations?
Why don't they talk?
You're scared now, Miss Corday.
They'll talk to me. Of course they will. This one. You, I beg your pardon. Would you stop work a moment and talk to me? I said, would you stop work a moment and talk to me? Williams, doesn't he hear me?
He hears you.
Then why doesn't he even turn his head?
Not him. Not any of them.
I don't believe you. This woman, she'll... Lady, would you please stop work and talk to me?
You're scared to look at him.
Lady, talk to me. I'm Dale Corday.
Aye, scared all right.
I insist that you talk to me. Doesn't answer.
I told you, not while they work. Oh, your family bred them right.
Bred?
Yes, like you breed dogs the way you want them. Yes, for 330 years, bred to sit and work and no nonsense. Never to talk up to their rights, just sit and work the way they're told. You stand there looking at me and you don't believe me, do you? Well, try to get him to stop work. Try to get him to say something to you. Try to get him to act like human beings. Well, they're not human beings. They're workers. Yes, workers for the family of Corday. And what are you going to do about it?
Ladies and gentlemen, a breath and a moment of relaxation before we go on with the strange story of a mysterious island and of men who, to make a profit, would make their fellow men less than human slaves. In this brief intermission, let's consider a problem of a free America right here at home. Listen, this may be your problem.
Well, sure, I'm doing okay now with so many younger men in the service, but where will I be when those husky fellows come back? It's all I can do to keep going now. Often at night, I come home feeling too jittery and all in to eat my supper or get my proper rest. I'm losing weight. I've lost my pet. Gosh, I wish I knew the answer.
The answer? Well, if like lots of weak, run-down people nowadays, you're simply deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, here's a very easy answer. Get ironized yeast tablets.
Ironized yeast tablets?
That's right. They give you vitamin B1 with iron. Yes, both vital substances.
But what makes them so vital?
Why, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need for normal weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
What? Oh, say, maybe I had better try ironized yeast tablets.
By all means do. If you're short of vitamin B1 and iron, see if they don't help you as splendidly as they've helped many others with these deficiencies. See if before long you aren't saying,
Man, oh man, I feel great. I'm back to my right weight, and talk about pep. With the old zip back I'm producing along with the best of them now. I'm sure glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our lights-out story of Profits Unlimited. Dale Corday stands with one of the workers, a girl.
Don't be afraid of me.
Who? You.
I'm Dale Corday.
Corday. Boss.
Please don't tremble. What's your name?
Joseph.
Joseph what?
Joseph.
Do you like it here?
Like work here. No complaint. Like work here. No complaint.
No, stop. They taught you that very well, didn't they?
Like work here. No complaint.
Wouldn't you like to leave this place? Sail away across the sea?
Like work here. No complaint.
Don't keep saying that. You don't understand what you say, do you? Look at me. Lift your face. Wouldn't you like to leave the factory and do what you please?
Like work here.
You've got to understand. You've got to talk to me. Well, you're the only one I see that has anything in her face. Oh, Joseph, look at me. No, don't hang your head. Look at me. I'm your friend. I want to know about you. Don't be afraid. Talk to me. That pretty flower in your hair, what is it? The flower, what's it called? What's its name?
Joe. Forget.
It's very pretty. What do you do in the factory, Joseph? What is your work?
Like work here. No complaint.
Yes. Would you like to take a walk with me?
Walk?
Yes, through the valley and show me the flowers.
No walk.
Why not?
Whistle blow soon. Walk begin.
You don't have to work if you don't want to. Come on.
No, whistle blow soon.
But I tell you it's all right. You don't have to go.
No, I go.
But I want you to stay here. You will stay here.
No, let Joe go.
You'll stay here and talk to me. You'll stay. I'm only trying to help you. Whistle blow.
Jolene.
Well, now you'd believe I told you what would happen.
Oh, she bit me. Like an animal.
When the whistle blows, they go to work. It's in their blood.
In their blood. I've had enough of that talk.
And what are you going to do about it?
Close the factories.
What?
Yes, close them, lock them, shut them out. You say the rhythm of the factory's in their blood. All right, I'll stop it. If you hear me, Williams, you'll close the factory tonight. Well,
it's done.
Good. Tomorrow you'll start me back to the mainland. I'll make arrangements to get those people off of here.
Will you now?
You're breathing so heavily.
As soon as I locked the doors, I ran back all the way.
Why?
I wanted to see your face.
Why?
I wanted to see your face after the whistle blows.
Whistle?
Aye, it'll blow just as always.
But I told you to...
And I did. I locked the factory, shut the big doors, and threw the bolts, but the whistle's at the powerhouse, and some of them are always there. Aye, the whistle will blow, and they'll march to work.
But they won't get in.
Aye, here they come.
You'll start me to the mainland very early tomorrow, Williams.
It's a long way.
I know it, but it's got to be done.
Too long a way.
You've a sail. Tonight I'm putting an end to their marching. Tomorrow I'll... What's that? Williams, don't you hear it?
Aye, I hear it.
It's from the factory.
Aye.
As if they were breaking down the doors.
Aye.
Yes, that's what they're doing. Williams, don't stand there. Go, stop them. Tell them the factory's closed forever. Tell them it's ended.
Go tell them yourself. They've broken in, gone back to work.
People, stop working and listen to me. Stop working, I tell you. I've got to talk to you. I've got to tell you important things. A little while ago, you broke down the door, but that was because you didn't understand what I was trying to do. And now I want to tell you, so listen to me. My name is Corday, and this factory and island and everything on it is my inheritance. And I want to close this factory because I want to help you. Help you to begin to live like human beings. Living means books to be read full of new excitement and understanding, and wonderful music to be played and listened to, and the enjoyment of your homes and conversation and friendship. But now you're not listening to me. None of you. People, listen. Why won't you turn away from your machines? Why won't you stop them? I want to help you. Listen to me, please. Just listen to me. Listen to me. All right, then. You'll listen to this. I'm going to burn the factory down. You hear me? If that's the only way to stop you, I'm going to burn it down. Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it!
It's a good sea this morning for sailing.
Have you everything aboard?
Aye.
Is there only some way to communicate to the mainland without going there?
There's none.
What time is it?
Almost 7.
And we go when the tide changes?
Aye. Wind's freshening.
Listen on the wind. You hear it?
I hear.
What?
What do you think? It's them.
For 2 days. Never even going home.
I heard you say you'd burn it, and they're afraid.
Afraid I'd burn their cage, and so they stay there watching. Watching. One shift works and the other watches.
That's how it is. But not their cage alone, Miss Corday.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's yours.
What?
One boat on the island. This. And in a couple of minutes more, it won't be here.
What are you talking about? You and I are going...
That's where you haven't got it straight, Miss Corday. Going, yes, but only me.
I've wanted to ask you this for days now. Why are you always trying to frighten me?
Now I've done it, eh?
The tide's turning. We'd better go.
Yes, I scared you now, haven't I? Well, say it. Say it. Now, you don't have to. It's in your eyes. Just the thought of being left here with them year after year, nothing but them. It's enough to turn the insides of you white, ain't it? Why do you think I sent for you? I'll tell you, and I'll tell you quick, and then I'm off to sea. I sent for you because I'm a man born different from all the rest that were here. There were 3 kinds, workers, servants, and you Cordays. Well, servant I was, but in the borning of me, a piece of hate got in my heart, and it kept growing through the years. I mean, it's more than I am. A hate for a name and the sound of the name and those that have it, Corday. Well, you're the last of them, and here you'll stay with the sound of them and the sound of the factory grinding in your ears until you're as old as I am. And I hate for Pierre Corday and the rest of his kind is as old as mine is. This is your inheritance. An island and the factory and 1,000 perfect workmen who'll never want anything for themselves except a bit of food they grow. Who'll sit at your machines until they rot and die. A perfect inheritance for a Corday. I'll leave it all for you until you rot and die.
Williams, come back. You don't understand these people. I want to... Williams! You cry. Me, Joe.
Joe.
Me, Dad.
Dad. What are you...
Whistle blow. Me no work.
Why?
Me want show you flower.
Oh, my dear.
You cry.
No, I'm not crying. There isn't time. I've so much to tell you. You first, and then the others. One by one.
You talk.
First, I want to tell you freedom. Say it. Freedom.
Freedom.
300 years ago, my people and your people gave it up. My people wanted profits, but they lost their freedom to the machinery they set up to give them those profits. Your people wanted the security of a bare existence, and so, too, gave up their rights as men to the machinery of profit. But now we've got to win that freedom back again for all of us.
Freedom.
Come. We'll go to them. I've so much to try and tell them. Things that I understand now. That freedom is the essence of the good life for all men. And that security without freedom is a sham which turns men into regiments of less than men. I've so much to tell them. So much to tell them.
And Is that your prophecy for the future, Mr. Oboler?
Oh, come, Frank. We aren't dealing in prophecies, only in fantasy of fiction.
Would it be possible for human beings to turn into, animals taking care of machines?
Of course. But that's part of the Hitlerian dream of permanent world conquest, which, fortunately, the bombs of the Air Corps and the RAF are rapidly making Mr. Schickelgruber and company forget. Now, speaking of forgetting, I don't want any of our friends to think that I've forgotten about ghosts. No, sir. I'm going to tell you about something ghostly that's going to happen next week after a few words for ironized yeast from you, Frank.
Friends, if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, if that's why you're so run down and jittery, often so all in you can hardly enjoy living, remember, ironized yeast tablets give you both vitamin B1 and iron. Now, a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you're simply deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, remember, pleasant little ironized yeast tablets have been of splendid benefit in many such cases. They cost but a few pennies a day, and you don't risk even those few pennies. For if you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what's this about ghosts next week, Mr. Oboler? Frankly, I've been missing the Never Never Land.
Well, first, there's something else missing of greater importance to all of us. It's a matter of Marines of the feminine gender. Now, of course, right now I could get very funny about the United States Marine Corps needing more women Marines, or try to be funny, but all of us whose hearts and minds are with those who are fighting for us at this very moment know that this isn't a very funny war. The fact that the Marine Corps needs you women for the Women's Corps, well, that's as deadly serious as the need of blood plasma or ships or planes. Now, if you're a woman over 20 or under 36 with 2 years high school or business school education, you're qualified for this exciting branch of the service. You'll be well paid, you'll receive training that will be of tremendous value in your post-war life, and you'll be serving side by side with officers and men of the Marine Corps to win a victory for all human beings. So, ladies, if you're qualified, write for full details to the Marine Corps headquarters, Washington, D.C., and write tonight. And now, to the ghosts that you've been missing, Frank. I think a number of our listeners have been missing them, too, so next week we bring you Ghost Story. Another ghost story called Little People. Now, that's a story with an ending so strange that if you guess it before the play is all over, I'll personally send you a 5x5 piece of ectoplasm. So, be with us next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Little People. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Friends, if your white shoes look streaky and spotty, even right after they've been whitened, try Energine Shoe White. You see, the white pigment in Energine Shoe White never separates and falls to the bottom of the bottle. So Energine cleans shoes without streaking or spotting. Also, Energine is pure white. It's made only with the whitest pigment obtainable. Remember, Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Creaking Door. Now, lend a fear to some grim happenings, and hear what kind of profits Mark Devers reaped when he put up Death for Sale. The ashtray in the reception room is stuffed with half-smoked cigarettes. The disheveled man paces this way and that. His eyes dart to the door at the slightest sound. At last the knob turns. The door swings wide.
Well, Doctor?
There's a chance. Only a very small one, but still a chance.
You're lying. She's going to pull out of it. She's got to. What kind of a doctor are you? She's got to pull out of it.
Losing control like this won't do anybody any good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
It's just that, well...
I know. You must love her very much.
Love her? Oh, yes, of course. But you don't understand it. It's more than just that. It's much more. You've got to save her.
We're doing everything we can.
Look, even if she has to die, you could pull her out of it for an hour, couldn't you? Just an hour, so she could sign something. It means everything to me, Doctor. You could give her a shot or something, couldn't you? I'll give you 1,000 to... 2,000, Doctor! Oh, you fool! You don't understand! You've got to do this for me. You've got to. You've got to! The doctor doesn't understand. £20,000. I was 1 hour away from £20,000. Money that belongs to me. My money that I've waited for 7 long years. And I won't be cheated out of it. 7 long years. It all seemed so simple then. So sure. We had a perfect plan for £20,000, and nothing was going to keep us from it. And nothing did. Up to 3 weeks ago. That was when Cora phoned me at the office, saying this man was watching her day and night.
Yes, Mark. He's outside the house this minute.
Oh, come now, Cora.
I tell you, he is.
I know. And you told me a couple of times before. Once it was the milkman, another time it was...
Mark.
You're just imagining things again. Why don't you try...
I'm not imagining things.
Oh, all right, so you're not.
He's right outside the house across the street. And I'm positive it's Elliot.
But how can you be positive after 7 years? You only saw the man for a couple of days.
I know I've been wrong before, but this time I'm sure Elliot's back and...
What?
The doorbell just rang.
Well, who is it? Even?
I suppose so. We're supposed to go to a show together.
Oh, it's a good idea. It'll take your mind off believing everyone you see is Elliot Starnes.
You're not coming home then?
Not until I'm finished at the office.
All right, Mark.
Goodbye, darling.
Mark! All right, I'm coming.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
Of
course. After all these years, you've probably forgotten who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. Elliot Starnes, your beloved husband.
Elliot, you're supposed to be...
Dead? I know I'm supposed to be Cora, but as you can see, I'm very much alive.
I knew it was you this time. I knew it.
Well, I think you better ask me in, don't you? After all, it isn't very often that a husband comes back from the dead.
Back from the dead. That's what he was, all right. All right, Cora, pull yourself together.
Mark, you don't understand.
No, yes, I do. You've been scared for the last 7 years, and you're going to go on being scared for the rest of your life. Do you want a drink?
No.
So he's come back. We'll just have to face it.
You don't understand. He wants £1,000 more to disappear again.
I didn't expect him to come back just to say hello. And of course he wants more money.
I told you this would happen. I never should have let you talk me into this scheme.
Oh, stop snivelling. It's not as bad as you make out.
All the time I knew he'd come back. no matter how much we paid him the first time. What are we going to do? He knows if we collect that £20,000 insurance money 3 weeks from now. He says if we don't pay him his £1,000, he'll go straight to the insurance company.
Oh, don't be a fool. He's in this thing as much as we are. We won't do anything to spoil his chances. All he wants is money.
But the longer he's around, the more chance we take that someone might recognize him. Mark, we can go to jail.
We've waited a long time to get our hands on this money. And I'm not going to get cheated out of it now.
You're going to give him $1,000.
I don't know, possibly. But nothing. When did he say he was coming back?
Tonight, after midnight.
All right, I'll be here. We'll handle Elliot once and for all. And after this time, there won't be any coming back. I suppose that no matter how carefully one plans, there's always that one small thing one fails, somehow to cover. 7 years before, I was sure we'd covered everything. It was really clever. The law says if a body isn't recovered after 7 years, a man is declared legally dead. And so we found a body. Cora and I did. We found Elliot Starnes and sold him on death for £1,000.
Of course I'll do it. I'll marry her and then disappear. For £1,000 you can persuade me to do anything.
He married Cora, and a little while after the policy was issued, his car was found at the bottom of Ridgely's Pond. The police dragged the water for days, but naturally didn't find the body. And the insurance people exercised their right to withhold payment until Elliot was declared legally dead.
I understand, gentlemen. I don't even care about the money. All I care about is that my poor husband is dead.
It was clever, all right, and Cora put on a good act. We knew we'd cash in where others had failed because we weren't anxious. We were willing to wait for 7 years. And wait we did. It was a perfect plan, and nothing was going to keep us from it. Nothing. Except that now Elliot had come back. He swore he'd never return, and he'd gone back on his word. But by midnight, I'd made up my mind how to handle Elliot.
No, Mark.
It's the only way.
No.
The only way. This 1,000 he wants, that's only the beginning. He'll hold us up all his life.
No.
He'll drain us dry of every penny of that 20,000.
I won't let you do it.
Yes, you will. You're in this far. You won't go backing out now.
I've got to. I never dreamed it would turn out.
You'll do this and never regret it.
No, Mark, please don't talk like this.
Now look at me, Cora. No, darling, look at me. It's perfect, you know it is. Elliot's a fool.
Mark, please let me go.
Another few weeks and he'll be legally dead. The police stopped looking for him 6 years ago. It's absolutely perfect. No one will know. No one will miss him. You'll let me do it, Cora. You'll open the door for him and tell him the money's all set.
Oh, there must be another way.
Only this, believe me. After it's done, it'll be you and me. And nobody the wiser.
We'll never get away with it.
Of course we will. There's no one who could ever know. And after it's done with...
Mark.
Go on. Open the door for him. Cora, do what I say.
I can't.
You've got to.
Oh, all right.
I'll be inside. Tell him everything's set.
Oh, I will.
Hello, Cora. Won't you come in, Elliot? Thank you, my dear. Don't mind if I do. Mark here yet, Cora?
Yes. He's in the living room.
Oh, good. Then you and Mark have agreed on the deal for me?
Yes, we have. Come in, Elliot. Everything's set.
Sir Mark is waiting for Elliot
You'll pardon the expression, living room. Whatever happens to Elliot actually serves him right. After all, through the creaking door, we don't go for live people walking around as if they were ghosts. It's enough to scare the death out of us. Mark's got a great plan, all right. Only the trouble is, the best-laid corpses of mice and murderers oft go roaming.
Do you hesitate to kill a man who's holding you by the throat, or stamp out the life of some poisonous insect who's infecting you? I felt no compunction about killing Elliot Starnes. What's your joke? No, Elliot. Oh, you're mad. Cora, stop him. You'll never get away with it. I buried him and the knife in the back of the house. Cora got over it as I knew she would. She got over it when she realized that I was right, that we had got away with it. And no one could ever know, and no one would miss him. She got over it when I reminded her that in just one more week, we would be sharing that £20,000.
Just 1 week.
That's right, Cora.
I've been a lot of trouble to you these past few days. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. It's all over.
Yes, it is. I never thought I'd get over it so easily.
Anything's easy if you want it enough.
I suppose you're right.
Any regrets?
I feel a lot better when the money's actually ours. Somehow, in the back of my mind, I feel that perhaps we won't get it.
Now, look, my sweet, it's as good as ours now. There's nothing left in the way, not a single thing.
1 week.
That's all.
We can get married then?
Name the date.
Oh, that's wonderful. We can, Mark.
What?
Get married. It would be all right, wouldn't it?
Of course. Only let's talk about that tomorrow, shall we? At the moment, I just want to dwell on the thought.
Do you, Mark?
Right now. Well, of all the... Are you expecting someone?
No.
Evelyn?
Oh, not at this hour.
Well, whoever it is, get rid of them.
Yes, darling. I'll get rid of them.
Yes? Mrs. Starnes? Yes. Mrs. Elliot Starnes? That's right. I want to talk to you. Here's my card.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm busy right now.
Not too busy to see me, I promise you.
Oh,
that. Look here. Nice card, isn't it? Like the fancy engraving?
Mrs.
Elliot Starnes. That's right. I'm the woman Elliot married after he disappeared 7 years ago. Now, I don't think you're going to be too busy to see me after all, do you?
Perhaps it's fate. Perhaps it's all in the cards. You work hard, you think out a plan that's letter perfect, then up pops the unexpected, forcing you into the first desperate act. First Elliot Starnes himself, then his second wife, who we didn't know existed. And when she walked in on us that night, it was like the bottom dropping out of the world.
And here's our wedding license, just in case you don't believe me. Here, you can look at it.
Mark.
Take it easy, Cora. We believe you're his wife, Mrs. Starnes. Now, what do you want?
What does any good woman want? My husband.
Why come here?
Where else would I go?
I'm afraid we don't understand, do we, Cora?
No, I'm afraid you do.
Now, look here.
I'm afraid you understand awfully well. Elliot told me.
Told you what?
What you two were doing. He also told me that if you didn't come home after a couple of days...
Mrs. Starnes, we haven't seen your husband for 7 years.
Now, you don't expect me to believe that, do you?
I don't see why not.
I do. You see, Mr. Devers, the other day, with my own eyes, I seen Elliot walk into this house. But I didn't see him walk out again. What's the matter, Mr. Devers? Got nothing to say?
What do you want, Mrs. Starnes?
Now, that's more like it, isn't it?
What do you want?
My husband, of course. Only, since you killed him, I can't very well have that, can I?
What?
He's the only man I ever loved, and you killed him. I never should have let him come here. For days I begged him not to.
Mrs. Starnes.
I made a mistake letting him come here. I know that now, but I want him back. I love him, and I want Elliot back.
How much?
Oh, how can you talk about money at a time like this?
1,000?
I love my husband, Mr. Devers.
1,500. Well, how much?
£5,000
What?
in cash.
Oh, Mark.
Let me handle this, Cora. And if we refuse?
Well, then I'll just have to tell my story to the police.
Mark.
Cora.
Let's drop all the small talk, Mr. Devers. I want £5,000 and I want it quick. Now, make up your mind.
I'll make up my mind.
Now, Mr. Devers, don't get rough. I'm not as simple as my ex-husband. I've taken steps against anything happening to me.
Oh.
No, Mark. You'd better listen to her.
You're not getting away with this.
Then you don't get away with Elliot's murder.
So help me,
Before you put that hand on me, you'd better have your lady friend look out of that window.
What?
There's a taxi across the street, Mark.
My taxi. And the driver knows I'm in here. You'd have to kill him, too. No, you ought to curb that violent temper of yours. It'll get you into trouble someday.
Now listen, Mrs. Starnes.
Mildred. You can both call me Mildred.
Listen.
You'd better do the listening. Elliot's ever-loving second wife is here to stay. And if you want to get her out of your life, the cost is going to be £5,000. I think you'd both better sit down. We've got a lot to talk about.
So the three of us sat down and talked it over. Only Cora didn't do any talking. Cora just kept gnawing at her lips and wringing her hands. And all the time Mrs. Starnes kept that sly smile.
£5,000 by this time tomorrow night.
5,000? Where do you think I could put my hands on money like that?
You'll find a way. You're pretty good at finding ways. That's what Elliot used to say. Bless him.
She was right about that. One thing I could almost always do was find a way out. I did this time, too, after she left.
It won't be the same way, Mark. Not another murder.
Who said anything like that?
Promise me not the same way.
Promise. After all, if we can get away with 15,000, is that so bad?
I'd rather settle for none of it.
Cora.
That money won't do us any good.
Why not?
It just won't.
You're all upset. You'll feel differently day after tomorrow when you sign those papers in the insurance office and they hand that fat check over to you.
No, Mark. I'll never feel differently about it again.
I knew I couldn't work Cora my way much longer, but it was just 2 more days. 2 days more to get that 20,000. Just 2 things to settle in just 2 days. First, there was Mrs. Starnes. When she came to my apartment the next night, I handed the envelope over to her.
It's all here?
You can open the envelope and count it if you like.
Oh, I don't have to, do I?
What if I cheated you?
You wouldn't. I could always come back.
You could come back for more, anyway.
What do you think I am?
It doesn't make any difference now what I think.
Fair enough. No hard feelings.
There are, but they won't bother me for long.
Come now, that money you're collecting will cure that.
I'll be cured before then.
Well, it's your business.
It's yours now, too.
I don't see how.
Now do you see?
Put that knife down.
I'll put this knife...
No.
That door is locked. You can't get out.
No, you can have the money back.
There isn't any money in that envelope.
What?
Just strips of newspaper. Where can I get £5,000?
I don't care about the money.
Well, I do. I cared about it for 7 years. I cared enough to murder once. The second will be even easier. Now, Mrs. Starnes, I've no hard feelings towards you. None at all. Just 2 things to take care of in just 2 days. The first, Mrs. Starnes, was taken care of. The second was now just an hour away. The 20,000 was waiting in the insurance office for Cora. All she had to do was to sign her name on some papers to get it. You can imagine how relieved I was as I sat next to Cora when she drove to the insurance office. But it was different with Cora.
There's nothing left to say, Mark.
Money will make you talk, Cora. Wait and see after you get your hands on that. Hey, you're taking the wrong street.
No, Mark.
But of course you are. This is the way.
It's the only way left to us, Mark.
What?
We're driving straight out of town. We are never coming back. There'll be no more murders.
Cora!
I know you killed that woman.
Where did you get that idea? I paid her and she left.
I was outside your house last night.
So you do know. Well, what did you expect? I couldn't let it all go down the drain, not after 7 years. Turn the car around.
No.
You're going to sign those papers. I want that money. I'm not going to let it go down the drain.
It's too late, Mark.
Like fun it is.
Let it go.
You're turning this car around.
The wheel.
Wasn't even scratched in the crash. Cora wasn't so lucky. I rushed her here to hospital. You heard what the doctor said.
There's a chance. Only a small one, but still a chance.
Oh, that doctor, he doesn't understand. There's got to be more than only one small chance. I was 1 hour away from £20,000. Money that belongs to me. Money that I've waited 7 years for. And I won't be cheated out of it. Cora's got to live. She's got to sign those papers. Well, Doctor?
There's someone waiting for you down the corridor, Mr. Devers.
But what about Cora? There's still a chance, isn't there?
No chance at all anymore.
You're lying.
The gentleman is waiting.
You're lying. She's not dead. She can't be.
The gentleman is from the police. She asked me to call.
It's a lie. She's not dead.
Mr. Devers, try to understand.
No, it's not true. I won't listen to you. She's got to sign those papers. You only have to keep her alive another hour. You're a doctor. You can do that.
Mr. Devers, please.
For 7 years. Don't you understand? I can't let 7 years go down the drain. It was 7 years. It can't turn out that way. No! She's not dead!
So Mark's 20,000 went down the drain after all, and Mark went down the hatch of a scaffold. I can't feel sorry for Mrs. Starnes. She should have known that a rolling widow gathers only mausoleum. Footnote: when you're dealing with life insurance, remember, honesty is the best policy.
The Creaking Door.
Good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Gold. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Bob Platt and music by Wilbur Hatch. It was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things
for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Undertow.
He had all summer in which to do nothing, and that's what he was doing. Driving north along the coast from New York, shopping when he felt like it, swimming when the beach looked inviting. For above everything else, John Bigby loved to swim. To trot down across the white beach to the blue Atlantic water, plunge through the long, lazy rollers, out 100 yards, a mile, with tireless strokes, content with the feeling that he belonged there, that the ocean was his home. He'd been 10 days coming north to Cape Ann, and as he floated out beyond the breaker line, he knew that here was the most beautiful spot of all. Made up his mind to linger for a few days, a week perhaps, before going on. It was then, looking back at the beach, at peace with himself and the world, that John saw a tiny figure in a green bathing suit, standing before a beach house hidden by an indentation in the cliff. Curious, he started back toward the beach, toward the place where he saw her plunge into the water and start out.
Well, hello there.
Hello, mermaid.
You're a wonderful swimmer. I've been watching you through the glasses. I could come out and join you.
The big ocean, anybody can use it. National policy,
What?
Freedom of the sea.
But I hope you don't mind the intrusion.
Oh, not at all. You swim very well.
But I never have anyone to swim with. That's why I came out now.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Give me a head start, I'll race you in.
Okay, you're on.
I win.
Yeah, nice going.
Oh, I'm going to collapse out here and try to catch my breath. Oh, thank you, Claudia.
Oh, nothing like it. I love to swim, always did, since I was a kid.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my first taste of water off East River Dock. How'd you guess?
Well, you talk.
And you're a denizen of the beach. Only what did you do with your long silver tail?
Only wear it on Sunday.
Say, do you live in that house around the bend?
During the summer.
Just where I'd want a house if I had my choice. Sand and water and no one around for miles.
Gets lonely sometimes.
Doesn't have to.
Would you like a hot drink, coffee, or anything else?
How about anything else?
Well, if I remember correctly, we have a whole cabinet full of assorted anything else. You know how much? Why don't you give me 15 minutes to get dressed?
He smiles, walks away from you toward the house, around the shoulder of the cliff. Her long, slim legs swinging gracefully over the sand. Her hair bobbing easily from side to side, like a honey-colored cascade in the still air. And back at the car, when you finish dressing, you find yourself taking a little extra care to comb your own sparse hair over the bald spot, feeling your 40 years a little guiltily for the first time. It's a very long 15 minutes before you walk up to the door.
Come on in. I'll make you sandwiches.
Wonderful.
And will you have bourbon, scotch?
Stop right there. Bourbon straight.
I see you're a man of very definite opinions.
Oh, I've been known to waver.
I like that.
Wavering?
With definite opinions. I bet it goes right down the line with you. Business, politics, the books you read.
Oh, please. I'm not pig-headed, really.
I didn't mean that at all.
Here you are. Thanks. Well, here's looking at you.
Yes. So I've noticed.
Will you drink to it?
Of course. Why not?
Well, the sandwiches were wonderful and anything else.
You'll be back again tomorrow? For sure.
I think so.
Will you let me start out with you?
You were right a while ago. I have pretty set ideas about politics and business.
Oh?
Women, too. My name is John Bigby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn. I'm not married.
I'm Sandra Merivale. Mrs. Sandra Merivale.
I see.
You will make it tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Thanks for your hospitality.
You're welcome. Except for weekends, my husband never comes home till late. He has his business in Boston.
I'd like to meet him sometime.
I'll expect you about 10.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Hello?
It's me.
I thought it might be.
I'm calling from the drugstore on Main Street.
Yes?
I'll park my car in the drive near the statue in 10 minutes.
Do you always do that?
What?
Give a man the exact number of minutes to meet you? Suppose I'm not there in 10 minutes.
You'll be there.
You're making it difficult.
I think I know what I'm doing. So do you.
Yes. All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Here's the place.
Yes, it's very nice.
In the daytime, you can see for miles. That's the town back there. The lighthouse.
Yes, I see it.
Got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. There you are.
Thanks. Oh, that's better. I always come up here when I want to think. Strange, isn't it? Being up high this way. Looking down on the ocean, on the town. Gives you a curious sense of power.
I do most of my philosophizing out there.
In the water?
Mm-hmm.
You ever swim at night?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Harrison does. It's to show he's not really afraid. He doesn't swim well, but he grits his teeth and swims out to where it's just over his head, then back again.
That takes courage, overcoming two fears at the same time, the darkness and the water.
You're not afraid of the water, are you, Dan?
No. But there are other things.
Like what?
Like married women.
Any ethical objection?
No. Strictly practical.
We're very much alike. Tell me more about yourself, John.
My name is John Bigby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn until tomorrow. I'm not married. I'm 40 years old, about twice your age.
I'm 25.
Not quite young enough to be my daughter.
Harrison's 50.
Good for Harrison.
Why didn't you ever marry, John?
Hard to say. Why do you?
Except. John.
Wait a minute. Look, Sandra. Oh.
Why are you ashamed of me?
Look it, will you? Come on. Let's go back to the hotel.
Her kiss tasted salt, like the ocean, like tears. And somehow you find yourself remembering the time you battled the Undertow for 2 hours off the Carolina Cape. And during the week that follows, the feeling stays with you. Through the morning swims off the bright beach, the lunches with her, the afternoons lying in the warm sand, even with the final realization that you were so in love with her that you shut the future out of your mind. Something would have to be done, of course, but you hoped it would take care of itself when the time came. Then, when you drive up the following Monday, she comes out to the car in her bathing suit.
Can't get out.
Why not?
There's a bar jacket 100 yards offshore. Some scientist from Woods Hole conducting some sort of experiment.
Oh, why did they have to pick on our little piece of ocean?
I don't know. But I don't want them to see us together. We'll swim on the other side of the creek. I have lunch in the Bell Strip. We can spend the day.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try to, darling.
night, dear.
John,
Yeah?
what are we going to do?
You?
About us.
Oh.
You know, we can't hide away from people forever.
All right, so we won't hide. We'll face it out. You can pack up some things and we'll start driving.
Oh, he won't give me a divorce. I'll talk you into 4.
We can make Reno in 5 days. 6 weeks after that, you're free.
No.
Why not?
Harrison's made everything possible for me, John. Given me things I always dreamed of having someday. Everything except...
Yes. Look, Ada, you've got to be sensible. You can't have your cake and eat it too, you know.
I can't give all those things up, John. I love you, you leave me, but I can't give them up. You must think of a way somewhere. You're smart. You know how to do things.
All right, Sandra. Just give me a little time to think.
He says he wants to close up the beach house and go back to the city.
Why?
I can't understand. He's become more interested in swimming lately. Goes all the way out to the bar. 100 yards. Boasts about it to his business friends.
You mean he swims out at night alone?
Yes.
That should be crazy.
I've told him so, but he insists on showing off.
I see.
What do you see, John?
Little girls shouldn't ask questions.
With the prologue of Undertow, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. This, you know, is the 5th consecutive year that Signal Oil Company has sponsored The Whistler. A long time for a radio program, yet short compared with the 17 years that Signal has served the West. And just as The Whistler has grown to be the West Coast's most popular mystery show, Signal has grown, too. Grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealer-owned stations serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many drivers have switched to Signal gasoline. And there are. One important factor, of course, is good mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important is the thing which makes such mileage possible. I mean the superior efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally means superior performance for your car. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler. It's something out of a fantasy, John, like swimming underwater, with blurred shapes and shadows, your mind moving past everything except what you must do to have Sandra. 2 weeks ago, you'd have laughed at the kind of thoughts that had taken hold of you, because that was before you met her, before she'd come swimming out to you from the white beach shoreline of the cove at Cape Ann. But now the things she said come to you over and over.
It's so he's not really afraid. Swims all the way out to the bar, 100 yards, all alone. He boasts about it to his friends in the city.
You shiver slightly, John, but then you tell yourself it's the only way, and you have to have it. During your swim the next day, neither of you talk very much. You find yourself surprised and a little alarmed that Sandra has sensed your mood so quickly. And it isn't until almost time to start back to the village that you can bring yourself to mention his name.
Sandra,
Yes, sir.
you'll be home tonight, as usual.
Harrison? Cool.
No special plans, no appointments in the village?
No.
Good. Sandra, make sure he goes for his swim tonight. Never mind the questions, just be sure he goes swimming tonight. It's cold out there.
Sure, go.
Good.
There's only one thing.
Yeah?
Well, someone might think that I went with him.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Could you have someone over for dinner? Somebody who doesn't care for night swimming?
I think so. Betty would come. What if he wants to walk?
All the better. There won't be anything to see. There's no moon.
But if he cries out?
He won't.
All right. I'll arrange everything.
You start early, John. But even in the darkness, you have a little trouble finding the barge. It's necessary to swim out to sea a ways and get the house lights behind it. Then, clinging to the anchor chain and cables, you wait, stiff with the cold. But just when you're almost ready to give up, Sandra's voice carries across the water to you, crisp and clear.
Now, do be careful, Arthur, please.
I'm all right.
We can walk from here, Betty.
You won't see much. You strain to get a look at him in the darkness, but it's no use. You'll have to go by the sound. And then you hear him swimming toward you. You listen to him moving closer and closer. When he's almost to the barge, you take a deep breath. Pull yourself down on the anchor chain. The water is pitch black, John, and it won't be easy to find him. But you move under the surface to the point where you plan to meet him. His thrashing teeth give off a faint luminescence. You glide toward it, using a flutter kick, hands outstretched. A few seconds later, you reach him and pull him down.
Good morning, Mr. Digby. Good morning, sir. Hope you slept well? Oh, yes, thank you. Have you heard the terrible news? What news? Oh, of course you couldn't have. There's been another drowning, one of the regular summer residents. He was swimming off the dunes last night and evidently was pulled down by the undertow. Oh, that's too bad. Who was it? Mr. Harrison Merivale. Very nice man. Only 50 years old. Well, accidents will happen. And Mrs. Merivale and the guests were there. They saw him go in. Poor man. Never came back. Couldn't have been anything else. No. No, it couldn't have been anything else.
Hello?
Hello. It's John.
John, listen, I'll talk. The house is still full of friends and relatives. Got to be safe. They're already asking questions.
It's been 3 days, Sandra. I want to see you. Get rid of them, will you?
Well, I'll try. Goodbye, John.
It isn't easy, is it, John? Waiting for a phone call that never comes. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. You drive out for the dunes, run the car out of sight off the road, and walk until you're inside of the house. If only you can see her, talk to her for a few minutes, you'll feel better. A half hour goes by, and then she comes out of the house in her bathing suit, starts toward the water. It's perfect, isn't it, John? You can swim out, too. Talk to her somewhere offshore. And then you stop, staring unbelievingly as a young man comes out, joining Sandra. As they move off to splash about in the surf, you edge toward the house. Still, empty. Not a sign of a mourning relative. There's a large clump of hydrangeas growing near an open window. You ease yourself in behind them, crouch down to wait and to listen. It isn't long.
Oh, Clark, you should be much later swim. It's so much fun.
And so dangerous. No thanks, darling. I'll keep my feet on the ground.
But nothing would ever happen to you.
You can bet on that, sweet. Now that we're out of sight of those nosy scientists on the barge, how about a little kiss?
Oh, Clark. Clark, dear, let's be serious for a moment. What are we going to do?
Well, we'll get married.
But when?
Oh, I can't get away before next week. How about Monday?
I'd like to go sooner. There's a reason.
What reason?
I'd rather not say.
Monday, my pet. No, how about some lunch?
A little crap.
Yes, shaking all over as you get up and stumble back to the road. You drive around to get control of yourself, to think, and then...
Don, you couldn't have come.
Why not? No one's going to see me.
Well, it's so soon.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Sandra. I don't want it to appear as if you were in a terrific rush to get married.
Oh?
I thought maybe I'd go back to New York tomorrow and get some work in until you can join me. We'll stay in about a month or so.
Oh, that's a splendid idea, John.
Then we can have a quiet wedding, go on a trip or something, and come back and settle down with nobody the wiser.
John, you are thoughtful, dear.
I thought you'd like it, Sandra. Only since I won't see you for so long, I'd like to take something back with me. A memory, sort of.
Oh, sentimental.
I guess I am, sort of. Anyway, I thought we could say goodbye in the same way we met. You know, swimming.
Swimming?
Mm-hmm. Let's go for a long swim, Sandra, way out. Then in the morning, heading back for New York, I'll remember you as you were that first time. My lovely mermaid.
Give you time to say.
My trunks are out in the car. I'll meet you in the water on the other side of the barge.
I'll be there in 20 minutes. Darling.
Over here, Sandra. Hang on to the cable.
Oh, the water, wonderful.
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Bigby, the man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know.
It's no use, Sandra. I know all about your friend Clark.
You know about it. Let's go, I'm going in.
Not in, Sandra. No, down. The way Harrison went down. Another accident in the Undertow.
No, please, John, let me go.
No.
Stop it.
No.
Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you hear so many claims these days about various motor oils, Signal has asked me to pass along to you some scientific facts so that you can draw your own logical conclusions. In grueling road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oils were compared with Signal Premium, the new type Signal lubricant, which combines pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. And what were the results? By actual tests, motors stayed 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. Now consider what this means to you. Less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. So there you have it, proof that Signal Premium motor oil is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Good reason why more and more drivers who want to keep their car's performance young are making their next oil change a change for the better. A change to Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler. 2 days later, it doesn't seem real, does it, John? As you drive on from Cape Ann north to the Maine beaches, as you fill your eyes with the beauty of the down east coastline, and as more long, lazy weeks pile up, it recedes farther and farther into your memory, and you can't believe that you committed 2 murders, that the Undertow pulled you out beyond your emotional depth for 5 horrible days. For Sandra's gone now, and you're as safe as on the day you dragged yourself out of the Undertow on the Carolina Cape. It's 2 days after you arrived back in New York that a man drops into your apartment, flashes their headquarters seal.
I'm Lieutenant Patton, Mr. Bigby. Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I'd like you to drive downtown with me, if you will.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. A few weeks back, there were a couple of drownings in Massachusetts.
This way, please. Now, look Look here, Lieutenant, I insist on you. You tell me the reason for all of this. I don't know anything about...
You'll know in a minute. Hello, Dr. Alderman.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Digby, Dr. Alderman.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm an ichthyologist, Mr. Digby. Yes, you know. For the past year, I've been conducting some experiments from the Woods Hole base.
You've heard of Woods Hole, of course, Digby?
Well, yes, but what...
Go on, Doctor.
Very interesting experiments they were. During the war, the Navy discovered its underwater detection apparatus was picking up some curious impulses, vibrations, which we later discovered were made by fish, the sounder fish. I'd like to play you a recording we made.
Now, wait a minute, Lieutenant. I haven't got time to...
It'll only take a moment, Digby. Got the turntable ready, Doctor?
Yes, here we are. Now, our microphone is in about 50 feet of water, right over a bed of snapping shrimp. This is the way they sound. That noise is made by snapping their claws together. Now, here is a chorus of croaking. Our microphone is right over this school of fish. Here are some single things. There is a rock cod. That's a flounder. The records you have just heard were official recordings made for the Navy several weeks ago. But a few nights later, we were testing the equipment. Well, listen to this record.
Oh, this is wonderful. It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown. John, I want to hear about it. This isn't about this time, dear. This is about me, John Digby. The man you said you wanted to marry, remember? I don't know.
What about that, Digby?
All right.
I can't argue with that. You don't want to hear the rest?
No.
I'm going to rest. My heart. Of course you do. You're a wonderful swimmer, Digby. I guess you just got in a little too deep.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton and Wally Mayer. The sounds of fish used in tonight's strip were actual undersea sounds recorded by University of California oceanographers at the Naval Research Laboratory, San Diego. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Pfaff, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Room Where the Ghosts Live.
No, I won't let you take me out of the house. No, I'm going to stay right here. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But, Lawrence, we've got to get you to a hospital. Now stop being a fool.
I won't. I'm going to die anyway, and I don't want to die in an ambulance somewhere out on an icy road between here and town. I'm sorry, that's final.
I can't do anything for you here, Lawrence.
Maybe I don't want you to do anything for me, Doctor.
I'm going to call the ambulance.
How?
By telephone, of course.
The telephone isn't working.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
That's funny, isn't it?
What?
What a couple of days of snow can do. No lights, no heat, no water. Just like the days when they lived here.
When who lived here?
The ghosts.
Open your mouth.
What for?
Thermometer.
I'm not raving, Doctor.
Well, let's see anyway. Feel any pain?
Sure.
Worse than it was?
A
little morphia won't hurt. It's a good thing I decided to stop him for a cup of coffee. You might have died here all by yourself.
I'm going to die anyway.
Not if I can help it.
Can't help.
Oh, stop that nonsense. Let me have your ball. All right, now. That'll relieve the pain in a minute or two.
Okay.
I could take you to the hospital in my car.
No.
And I think I will.
No.
Lawrence, what got into you? What do you want to die for?
Take it from ours.
No, not yet. There's nothing wrong with you. You've been the happiest. You've got everything to live for.
No.
Then you go and shoot yourself.
Yep.
Where did you get this pistol, anyway?
Gift.
Didn't you know it was loaded?
Sure.
That powder and ball have probably been in there for 50 years.
Longer than that.
What?
Longer than that.
Well, there's no telling what kind of infection you can get from that bullet.
No. Don't die, that's all.
Let's see that thermometer.
High temperature, huh?
Yes, it's pretty high. I guess you're not going to the hospital after all, Lawrence.
I told you that, Doctor.
I couldn't move you with that high temperature.
That's fine. But I told you I wasn't going to be moved anyway. So you see...
Who gave you this pistol?
A British colonel.
What British colonel?
His name's on the lock plate.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves, 17th Regiment of Foot, 1774. Ancestor of the fellow that gave it to you?
No. He gave it to me himself. Yesterday.
Lawrence, how could he?
He's one of the ghosts.
I see.
No, you don't. I'm not delirious, Doctor. He really is.
No. Just relax, Lawrence.
Of course. I'm going to die anyway. Isn't that so?
I'm afraid it is.
Good.
Lawrence.
What?
Why did you do it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I did it on purpose or not. I wanted to, but maybe it was an accident. Or maybe what? Maybe one of the ghosts. No, I don't think so. I guess it was an accident. I'm glad, though.
But why?
Well, on account of Melanie.
Melanie? Melanie who? Who's Melanie?
Melanie is a girl who lived here 170 years ago.
What?
And who still lives here. hurts quite a bit, Doctor.
You want me to give you some more morphine?
I guess not. No. I want to tell you things.
Well...
You won't believe me, of course. You think my mind's wandering. Don't you?
Well, What difference does it make?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing makes any difference now. A fellow takes a long time dying, doesn't he? After a while, we're the time, huh? Pretty soon, I'll be a ghost, too. See Melanie. I'd like a little drink of brandy.
Oh, just a second. Here, now take it easy.
Thanks. Good brandy. Wish I could take some along. It's good.
I wish I could do something for you, Lawrence.
Nothing. Snowed in, aren't we? Sure. I mustn't leave. I couldn't come back, you know. I have to stay here.
I don't understand that.
I have to stay here, I said. My house. What was I talking about?
The ghosts.
Oh, yes. So I tried to keep the house like it was in the old days, see, all by myself. Been fun. And then noises. Heard noises.
What kind of noises?
People beating on door, rattling the latch. Every night. I'm not afraid, Doctor.
I know.
Well, I got up, went all over the house. Noises stopped after a while.
It wasn't a dream?
No dream. Beating on a door someplace. Always sounded like it came from right over there. You see?
Well, there isn't any door there, Lawrence.
That's what I thought. My hands are cold.
I'll build up the fire.
No. I know what it is. I haven't got much time, huh? Have I?
No, Lawrence, you haven't got much time, old man.
I'll have to hurry. Shut your eyes so you can see what I saw. I mean, I didn't see it, because it was dark. So, when you shut your eyes, you feel the way I felt.
Huh? All right, Lawrence.
I walked all over the house, lights on. No sound, no hammering on door. No door. I turned off the lights, it starts again. From right over there. I turn on the lights, no door, no noise. And then I get an idea. I turn off the lights again. I walk over where the sound comes from. And there is a door. And I think I hear a woman crying. And footsteps and furniture being shoved around. I said I wasn't scared, didn't I? Well, I was then. You'd be scared, too. Finding a door where there isn't any door and there's somebody on the other side.
But that's the outside wall of the house, Lawrence.
No.
What?
There's a room there. The room where the ghosts live. You see?
No, I don't.
I didn't know it, too. You got your eyes shut?
Yes.
If you could hear the noise, like I heard it. Random pounding. People pushing their shoulders against the locked door. And I could smell smoke. You see, I didn't know about the ghosts then.
Well, how do you know now?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm sorry.
Keep your eyes shut. I want you to feel the way I felt. And believe. I reached for the lights again. I turned them on. Nothing happens, just nothing. Except pounding on the door. Slower now. And the woman crying. And I hear her scream. Oh, screw, she said. It's French. It means help, help. I heard her voice again. Frightened. Ouvre la porte, she said. That's French, too. Means open the door. So I tried to open it, and it was locked. And they were pounding, and she was coughing. And at last I found the key. I yanked the door open. And the ghost came out. The lights came back on. There wasn't any door. There wasn't anybody in the room but me. But then I heard something. Somebody walking across the floor down the hall. So I turned and went down the hall after the footsteps, down toward my room. Then I stopped dead. Because the door to my room closed and somebody locked it.
You dreamed that?
No. It was locked from the inside. So was every other door in the house.
That couldn't be.
Try the doors. Open your eyes and try the doors. Go ahead.
Lawrence,
No, go ahead. I'll keep on talking. You have to believe me. Go ahead. So, what did I do? I lay down here on the davenport with the lights on, and I tried to think, but nothing made any sense. I got up and I tried the outside door. It was unlocked. So I went outside. I had some crazy idea maybe there was a room there. There wasn't, of course. But there were footprints in the snow. Some men's footprints. And a girl's. This last nose covered them all up again, I guess. Well, what about the doors, Doctor?
They're locked. From the inside.
You see? Did you hear anything? Did you?
Well, I thought I heard someone moving. As if I'd awakened somebody. But it was probably my imagination.
No, it wasn't. No. I'm getting so tired. No, Randy. No. So I came back in, and I sat down. And I hardly noticed that the lights were off again. And then I heard something else. And I said, "Who's that?" And a woman's voice answered me in the dark.
I'm Mary.
Well, who's Melanie?
Once I was a maid in this house in the time of the war, when the soldiers were captured on Christmas night at Trinity. And they've escaped and came here to be hidden by Monsieur Maurice. For he was no patriot, and they were kept...
And you'd think I'd be surprised, but I wasn't very. I didn't interrupt her. She went right on telling me how Morris was a loyalist, and how he hid the officers, and how the neighbors suspected him and spied on him.
Then Monsieur Maurice must go away, you see. And I was left alone to bring food to the poor soldiers. And there was a night when I took their food to them. And when I would go from the room, I found the door to be locked from the other side. But soon we smelled the smoke of the fire. For someone had set fire to the house to destroy these men. And we beat upon the door, but it did not avail us. And so we perished in the fire, I and the British officers. And there was none to know our fate. And for our sins, we are bound forever to this house. Although I have not sinned so very greatly. And I would thank you for releasing us from that room. For so many times we have cried out, yet no one would open the door.
And I opened the door, but now all my doors are locked against me.
Yes. They say it is their house now.
And no man can open the doors again.
Well, I think we'll see about that.
They say you must go away.
Well, I'm not going away.
I should be sorry when you go away.
You would?
You have released us. I am grateful.
Thanks. I think they'd be grateful, too.
They are soldiers, monsieur, and they have not forgotten the manner of their death. This is their revenge, that no man shall live in this house.
Well, that's fine. I'm to be chased out of my house by a bunch of ghosts.
It is so, monsieur.
How do you feel about it?
I could wish you could always be here, monsieur.
So?
Yes, monsieur. But it cannot be. Unless.
Unless what?
It cannot be.
If I turned on the lights, could I see you?
No, monsieur. The eyes of the living cannot see us.
What did you look like?
I did have blue eyes, monsieur. And my hair was black. And I was not very tall. And my feet were very small.
And your clothes?
Once I had a gown of taffeta. And it was blue, like my eyes, I remember. And there was a cap of lace for my grand there in Brittany.
And I was struck with a sudden impulse to see this girl with the black hair and the taffeta dress that matched her eyes. And I jumped up and snapped the lights on. And the room was empty. And so I knew I'd been dreaming.
Oh, cool.
But I wasn't dreaming, my friend. She came to me the next night. And the next. Oh, it's so cold. Am I dying now? Is this what it feels like?
Here, take a little sip of this.
Oh.
Better?
How much longer? Well, see, friend, I found myself in love with a ghost. Yes, Melanie. And she loves me, Doctor. And we talked about it so much. There must be a way out. And there couldn't be a way out. And the others kept telling her I must go on, and I asked her to go to them. I'm sorry. Go to them and beg them to let me stay. It was the only way. But she told me they said no, they'd made a pact between themselves and they'd not alter it. And the time was getting short. They were sorry, they said, but... And then, last night, she came to me again. When the snow was piling deeper and deeper around the windows, and I said, Melanie, I can't go now. Can't they see that? And she said...
I have spoken again with the colonel.
And what did he say?
He will come to you, he said.
And what?
He will not speak to the living.
But what good?
I do not know. He said he will come to you.
When?
Tonight. Do not speak. Say, Monsieur le Colonel. I have the honor to present Monsieur the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves of His Majesty's 17th Regiment of Foot. Monsieur the Colonel wishes me to present his compliments to you and to say to you that he has taken counsel with his fellow officers. No, do not speak. Monsieur le Colonel wishes me also to say that he and his fellow officers have come to a decision in the matter of yourself. They honor you for your devotion to me, and they beg leave to supply you with the means of assuring you permanent residence in this house. This year, the Colonel begs you to accept as a token of his esteem this
They turned on the lights. It was there on the floor. Flintlock pistol loaded Goretia black flint. Personal gift from Robert Charles Graves, 17th Foot. Well, I thought a long time. Turned off the lights. Called her. No answer. Talked to her. Told her I loved her. Wasn't brave enough to. Said I loved her. Couldn't do it. Tried. No, I didn't do it. No, I didn't. Long toward morning, heard footsteps again. Boots, sword, spurs clicking. Knew who it was. Said, "Hello, Colonel." Said, "Colonel, thanks, only haven't got courage enough." "Always love her, Colonel," I said. Said, "Here's your pistol." Then coward. Oh. Drink, please. And then I wake up here. Daylight. See? It's Colonel Graves. Good enough fella show me way out. Good enough fella. Pull trigger for me. Hello. Melanie, in your blue taffety dress. And your blue eyes. And your black.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Lawrence, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Melanie was Claudia Morgan. The doctor was played by James Van Dyke. Our sound effects by Albert Afro. Music for Quiet Please, except for our theme, which is from the Allegretto movement of the César Franck Symphony in D minor, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Baker's Dozen is the title of next week's story, the story of One Man, Two Men.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host inviting you through the squeaking door to give you a peek at the latest style in murder and mayhem. Yes, friends. The styles in crime change like anything else. You know, there's a new look to the corpses these days. Blood is running longer for the ladies. Stranglers report that the new long hairdo is ideal for garroting girls with their own treasures. Only one girl ghost I know has complained about the long dresses. She says that she's been wearing long sheets for years, and now no one can tell her from a human that she can't haunt people anymore. Isn't that terrible?
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, The Doomed, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Carl Swenson, the role of Garth, with Mercedes McCambridge as Claudia.
All right, Frank. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? That's right. You're going to scream your little heads off and laugh. Ready? Then gather close to the fire and listen to Garth Walden tell us his strange story.
I'm not sure if I should sweat my whole being. Oh, presence is death. And I went to the window just to escape and opened it wide. And with the breath of the cool night air on my face, my eyes cleared, and I looked at Nina's bed. And I knew that she wasn't sleeping. I called. Nina! Nina, wake up! She didn't stir. Nina! I was terrified. I knew that the slightest sound usually woke her. And I shook her. Nina! Nina, talk to me. It's me, Garth. Nina! A woman's thought. The bruises on her neck. I knew I'd murdered her. Frantically, dialed and numbered. Take a minute there. Her eyes were closed. She's still. The death is still.
Hello. Hello there.
Lyman.
Yes, this is Lyman. Who's calling?
I'm sorry to wake you at an hour like this.
Who is this?
Garth Walden.
Oh, what do you want, Garth?
I'm in a terrible jam.
Well, what's the matter?
I murdered my wife.
What? When? No?
That's you. I don't know what to do. I need help desperately. She's lying there on the bed.
Now get a grip on yourself. Do exactly as I tell you.
Yes.
Get a suitcase. Pack some clothes.
Yes.
Pack your jewels. Take anything that's small. Pack. You hear me?
Yes.
When you leave, lock the door. Make sure of that.
Yes, I will.
Then come directly to my place. Don't take a cab. Walk. It's only a short distance.
Yes, I understand.
Don't let anyone see your face if you pass them on the street. Make sure no one sees you come into my house.
Yes, I'll be careful.
Remember everything I told you.
I appreciate what you're doing, Lyman. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Garth.
Come in, Garth. Did anyone see you? No one. All right, sit here while I draw the blinds. This is the ground floor apartment. Lyman, just a moment, Garth. Did you get the bureau? Yes, here. I took the jewelry box. Put it on the desk here. Now, what happened? Well, you know that I've been ill. Yes. Well, Nina wanted me to go to a sanitarium. I guess that's why I hated her. I guess that's why I killed her. She wanted me locked away so that she could get at my money. She never loved me, and I'm not sorry that I killed her. I shut up. Someone made me. I don't care. I'm glad I killed her. I'm sorry, Doc. You're losing your head. All right. I'll behave. But look, you've got to help me. I can't take care of this myself. Somebody's got to help me. You're not making it easy for anyone to help you. Go on. What happened? Well, Nina had me examined by a group of specialists to find out if I was insane. Well, and they said that I wasn't. Just a case of my nerves being shot. How did you murder her? I don't know. No. See, that's one of the things that's wrong with me. I can't remember certain things. You don't remember killing her? No. But I must have murdered her. What makes you so sure? Well, because I was locked in the room with her. And I must have done it while I slept. Well, you slept? Well, they told me that I once tried to choke her while I was sleepwalking. I don't remember. I see. And when I woke tonight, I was having a kind of a nightmare. She was on the bed. Dead, and there were bruises on her throat. I know that I murdered her. Go on, Doc. Well, then I phoned you. You are my oldest and closest friend. You're the only one I could think of to turn to. You're a lawyer, and you know what to do. You do know what to do, don't you, Lyman? You are going to help me. You're not going to let them put me to death for this, are you?
Garth, 2 weeks ago, you approached me about getting a divorce.
Yes, that's right.
You mentioned something about another woman.
Yes, Claudia Weston. I want to marry her.
Why? Can the police find out about that?
Well, I suppose so. There are letters and things. Ready for it?
Very. It gives you a motive for murder. When did the group of doctors examine you?
2 days ago.
Why? A plea of insanity is about the only thing that can save you.
And now with their findings that you're saying that's out. Well, what am I going to do? Doc, aiding and abetting a criminal is a serious offense. I can go to prison for helping you.
Are you backing out?
I don't know.
No, you can't. You're my friend.
You realize you're asking me to commit a crime.
For heaven's sake, Holman, what are you trying to do? Drive me out of my mind? I've gone through enough. Seeing her there on the bed like that, and now you're going to let them take me?
No, God. Here, I've got something for you. Here, take this. Take it down. It's loaded. The serial number has been filed off. I took this away from a rather stupid client of mine.
Well, what's the idea?
You're a fugitive now. You might need it. Did you lock up the apartment as I told you to? Yes. The banks will be open in 4 hours. I want you to go to your bank and draw out all your ready cash and bring it here. Why? I'll need it to help you get out of the country. Is that what I've got to do? That's exactly what you've got to do. Now, when you leave here, check in at some hotel. Turn your collar up, don't let anyone get a good look at your face. I understand. You won't be in any danger until after they've discovered Nina's body. Will anyone call at the apartment this morning? No, there won't be anyone there all day. I don't think. Nina discharged the maid yesterday. That's all to your advantage. As soon as you've got the money out of the bank, come here. Try not to be seen. It won't be so easy at that hour, but you'll have to risk it. I appreciate you. Don't imagine I'm unaware of the gift that you're taking. You saved my life for me. But I would have done it even if I didn't owe you that favor. All right. You better leave now. There wasn't a soul in the hall or the street outside. So far, I was only lucky. Then I heard it. A siren. I glanced over my shoulder. It was a police prowl car speeding down the block and was coming from the street where I lived. They discovered the body. They were already looking for me. I ran as fast as I could, and the prowl car was streaking up the street. Right in back of me, I was a few more steps to a subway entrance, and I ran down the steps, and I had a nickel ready, and I dashed through the turnstile. My luck still held because there was a waiting train, and the doors closed just as the car and the train pulled on the platform.
And then you came here, John.
Yes, that's right, Claudia. I was afraid to go to a hotel. The police might be looking there already. And they couldn't get me when I tried to register.
This is a hotel.
I know, Claudia. But I knew I could come right up to your room without going to registration there.
Oh, God.
I know. I shouldn't have done it. You know what it's like. They might be behind you any minute. I was so miserable I had to see you, Claudia. I can't say much more of it.
There, please, Dad. Calm down. You'll be all right.
Oh, Claudia.
No one will find you here.
Oh, I'm too tired. Terribly tired. I'm afraid.
Dad? Have you told me everything? Just as it happened?
Mm-hmm.
Doc, there's no reason to suppose the police will ask me.
But I saw the car.
But in the state you're in, you could imagine anything. Hello, operator. Would you get me village 69970, please? And call me back when you complete the call.
That's my home. What are you doing, Claudia?
If the police are there, they'll answer. But if nobody has discovered the body, it'll just ring.
I see what you're saying.
Another thing, Doc. I think you made a mistake about Lyman.
Mistake?
Yes.
Well, you don't know Lyman. He'd do anything for me. He's taking a big risk trying to help you.
Maybe he's trying to get your money. How can you say that? Stop, darling, don't you see? He wants you to bring him everything you have. Well, what's to prevent him from keeping it? You'd never be able to do anything to him without risking capture.
Claudia, if I can't believe in Lyman...
Listen to me. I know a way you can trust him.
But...
Just a minute. Yes. Oh, thank you. There was no answer at your place, Doc.
Then the police don't know.
No, but Lyman does. Doc, you've got to find out about him.
How can I trust him?
Look at me.
I risked going to the bank and drew out all my cash. I was still safe. Then I went to Lyman's place. He quickly let me in. Get the money? Yes. It's in the suitcase. Give it to me. Hurry. How much is it? $10,000. I've already seen a man about the jewels. He gave me $8,000 for them. Now, did you find a place to stay? Yes. The Hotel James Street. Room 690. All right. Wait there until you hear from me. If anyone tries to force their way in, you better use the gun I gave you. The gun? Haven't got a chance otherwise. You shoot your way out or be killed. Lyman, you better leave now. Here, here's some of this money. What are you going to do with the rest of it? Save your skin, Doc. Goodbye. Goodbye. I couldn't believe what Claudia had told me, yet there was something in his manner that made me follow her advice. In leaving, I set the lock on the door, and it was easy for me to sneak softly into the pocket. I quietly opened and closed the door. I heard Lyman on the telephone. He was at his desk, talking very intensely. He didn't see me come up behind him.
All right, I'll wait. Yes.
What he said made me draw the gun out of my pocket.
Yes? Yes, Inspector.
Yes, Doc Walden phoned me. Only a few minutes ago. No, he told me he had murdered his wife. I believe it. The man's a homicidal maniac and he's armed with a gun. That's right. I pretended I was going to help him. He told me where he's hiding. It's room 690 at the Hotel James Street. Yes. Tell your men to be careful because he's desperate and will put up a fight. Goodbye, Inspector. Goodbye, Lyman.
Stop!
I heard every word.
Did you?
So you're my friend.
Yes, you're misunderstanding, Doc. This is part of a plan to help you.
There's the same penalty for 2 murders as there is for 1. Isn't that true, Lyman?
Doc, put the gun down, please.
My friend.
Doc, you can't. No!
I quickly gathered the money together, put it back in the suitcase, and ran to the door. In the darkened hallway, I suddenly stood stock still when I heard... It was the voice of my wife. I turned, I saw her face. And with a shriek of terror, I ran into the street. I knew what had happened. It was an hallucination. My mind was trembling under the violent pressure of terror, bitterness, murder.
Doc Walden has just told us about 2 murders and his insanity. You know, that's the trouble with committing murder. It leads to lunacy, and lunacy leads to psychiatrists, and psychiatrists are so expensive. Well, let's hear Garth finish the story in his own words.
The cab was waiting outside the house, and I jumped into it. I had the driver take me to Claudia's hotel. I went to her room, told her everything that had happened.
So you murdered him?
Yes. You were right about it.
Doc, you shouldn't have come directly to the hotel.
I don't care anymore.
So you didn't tell Lyman that you were with me?
No, I lied to him. I said I was at the Hotel James. It was just hallucination, Claudia. I've never had that before. I know it in my mind.
Doc, you mustn't think about it. You've got to calm down tonight. No. Here, I've got something for you.
What is it?
Take it, go on.
All right. What is it?
It will make you sleep. Take it. Now lie down. Over there. Now, good God.
Claudia, you can't imagine what I've been through.
Don't think about it now.
What's going to happen to me?
Nothing, God. Nothing.
But the murder.
No, I'll help you. Get out of the country. Be able to start all over again.
I really believe that.
It can be done. I'll help you.
Maybe better not. I told you what Lyman said about me.
It doesn't make any difference to me.
You go to jail.
I wouldn't mind. It would help you.
After afternoon, we both may be killed.
Yes. What do you know?
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No. If you die, do you think I'd care if I was killed?
Claudia.
Close your eyes.
You do love me, Claudia. I'll never forget this. Never. You've done more than any man would ever have to ask.
Close your eyes.
I close my eyes. still feel my jangled nerves torturing my body. Sleep? I don't know. But I saw this. Was it in a dream, a nightmare? I saw Claudia open my suitcase, take out the money, wrap it in a neat package, address it. A little later, there was a knock on the door.
The grab boy was in the middle of this corner. This would cover the postage. You keep the change.
How'd you do that? It was a dream. That's a good dream. You shouldn't take the telephone.
Hello, operator? I want you to call the police at once. Yes, there's a man coming up to my room, and he's armed with a gun. He's a homicidal maniac.
I love that. But listen. It's a minute, not Claudia. She was coming towards me. She had a gun in her hand. Her lovely face was a such expression. It was a mad. Maybe I had to be. So I raised the gun, put it close to my head, and I looked through my half-closed eyes. I saw her throw the safety catch, get a paper finger caught, to shoot. And then I lunged.
Oh, let go of my hand! Let go! Let go! Oh, no.
I give it to me!
Arm!
There! I got the gun now.
Oh, you hurt my arm.
How did I?
What are you going to do?
You sent for the police, didn't you?
You heard that?
Yes. It wasn't a dream.
What do you say?
Nothing that'll make any difference to you now,
Now,
Claudia.
look, listen, Garth, you mustn't do anything foolish.
Such as murdering you, Claudia?
No, Garth.
And why not?
Don't.
What difference can another murder possibly make now?
Garth.
What did you do with that money?
I mailed it to the downtown post office, general delivery, under the name of Carol Crane.
So that's why you're so helpless. To get my money.
No. It was just a plan to help you.
The gun next to my head. That was a plan to help me do it.
Garth?
You'd go to jail for me, wouldn't you? You'd die for me, wouldn't you? You're worse than Lyman.
Put down that gun.
It was for you that I was going to divorce Nina.
Garth!
She was dead. The lovely mask lay there on the floor with a queer, twisted smile. The door. Wait. I ran to the window. I turned in my feet. There was a child on the floor below, and I jumped. Out of the room. I raced through there to the corridor, down endless stairs to the lobby. Just about to go into the street when I heard a voice call. I spun around. Nina, my wife, I saw her face again, and I raced into the street. When I could calm down enough, I remembered a sort of little rooming house downtown. Nina and I had lived after we were married as the county lieutenant. I was lucky enough to get a room. And that night I heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Nina! Nina!
Calm down.
You're dead.
No.
No.
That isn't me. I know what happened.
I didn't kill you?
No, darling.
You were dead. I saw you.
I was close to death. You saved my life.
Huh?
Remember, we used coal in the fireplace of the bedroom and we didn't open any windows? I was unconscious from cold gas.
Unconscious?
You managed to wake up. I helped you open the window. That's what saved you.
But the bruises on your neck.
Don't you remember?
What?
Earlier that night, you got up from your sleep. You had one of those fits of violence.
Oh. Good. Oh, Nina, do you know what I've done?
Yes, darling, I know what you've done. I tried to find you. I went to Lyman. I even went to Claudia.
Why'd you come here?
To help you.
Help me?
You're like yourself. Garth, you haven't been for some time. I know you need help more than you've ever needed it. I thought of this place. I didn't expect to find. Darling, I have a little money. I borrowed it from my mother. Perhaps you can go from here.
Who is it?
The police, Walden. Better come out quietly. We know you're in there. Don't say anything, Walden. You haven't a chance.
You betrayed me.
No, Garth, I didn't. Listen to me. I'll help you now.
Oh, I haven't got a chance. I'll go to the chair for those two
You
murders.
have a gun? I've got the car outside. Now hold me in front of you. Use me as a shield. They won't dare fire and hit me. At least you'll have a fighting chance.
Nina, you do it.
Yes.
Open the door. Come on, Walden. Open it.
You ready, Garth?
All right. I'll try it.
I'll open it. Now stand in back of me.
You're... Hey, what's the idea?
Don't shoot, officer. I got a gun. If you shoot, you'll hit her. Get out of the way now. We're coming through.
You fool. You can't get away with
We'll
this.
see about
Home! Shoulder! Garth, don't mind me. Run, boy!
Oh, Nina.
2 days I have to appear in court to answer a charge of murder. The 2 people I killed were 2 people I loved and trusted. And they both betrayed me and they thought I was a murderer. The only person who loved me enough to risk their life for me was my wife, Nina.
Well, friend, isn't that just like a wife? You come out of the grave and be sweet to you just before you go to the electric chair. Poor God. Well, he would have known better if he'd only read the inscription on the tomb of Slice 'em Alive, the Arabian Bluebeard, which says, "Never murder a wife who won't stay dead." And here's a little thought to take to sleep with you. Never commit a murder to become wealthy, because being rich is so expensive these days.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From the Past, starring Jane Wyatt.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
Is that your newspaper lying there on the park bench?
Why, yes, it is.
May I look at a moment, please?
If you wish, of course. Here, I'll move over. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, there you are.
I hope you don't bring me forward. I'll only be a minute.
Oh, take as much time as you like. Here, will you roll yourself a cigarette?
What? Oh, no, thanks.
Sorry, I can't offer you a tailored one.
Oh, quite all right, thank you.
Out of a job, huh?
Yes, but don't tell me I look that desperate.
No, Well, I notice you've turned to the help wanted columns.
Yes, but somebody seems to have been there ahead of me. These ads are certainly all marked up with pencil.
Maybe you can say that again. I was lucky even to find a pencil.
Oh. You, too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody needs to feel sorry for me. I'll get along.
You've been to all these places you marked here in this column.
Sister, I've been there and then some.
And you didn't get one of them?
No, one.
Why, look at the soles on my shoes. Here, look. Those are yesterday's want ads I'm walking on.
How long have you been out of work?
Oh, I don't know, about 10 weeks. First, I had a lot of dough. I thought I was a wise guy. I wouldn't have any trouble getting another job. I was wrong. I dropped all my money, and I've been sleeping here on this park bench for the past 3 weeks.
When do you eat?
Whenever I can. Today, I'm all right. I got a chance to make a couple of Iron Men yesterday.
Iron Men?
$1, $.
Oh.
You, been around town much?
Well, I've been here about 2 weeks. I came up from Sandville.
You got people here?
No. My father and stepmother live in Sandville. Well, my stepmother and I have never been anything more than barely civil to each other.
Oh, I get it. So you've come here to get a job?
Oh, I've come here to get a job.
How much money you got?
Well, I really don't think that's anyone's affair.
Oh, bother. If you got to be formal about it, my name's Mark Matthew.
Mine's Luke John.
Oh, I'm serious. My name is Mark Matthew. I was named after the two gentlemen who helped write the Bible.
Well, my name's Mary Billings.
Well, Miss Billings, I'm mighty pleased to know you. Now that we're thoroughly acquainted and completely good friends, you tell me when you ate last.
I'm all right.
You look hungry.
Oh, yes, I guess I am.
Join me for a hamburger?
With onions?
As you like, and a cup of coffee.
Is that a date?
Mary, well, I'm sorry I can't buy you a 35-cent blue plate.
I'd love a hamburger, Mark.
Then it's a deal.
Okay, Mr. Matthew, it is a deal.
Want another hamburger, Mary?
No, thanks. Two's plenty. You shouldn't have made me eat that second one. I'm sure you can't afford it.
Oh, I know where I can make $1 or so tomorrow. I'll buy some cigarettes if you don't think you can roll
No,
one.
thanks, no. And don't buy any. I really don't smoke much.
Say, you're a nice girl to know. Inexpensive.
I really don't know why I'm letting you do this for me. I'm not in the habit of...
Oh, I know. Neither am I. But my Irish mother taught me never to ignore a pretty young woman who is hungry. Say, you are pretty, you know.
I thought you were going to be different.
Yeah, I'm different. I say I'm going to feed you hamburgers, and I feed you hamburgers.
Oh, and good ones, too.
Don't I know they're good. I've been eating them for weeks.
Ma, I think I'll answer this ad.
Say, did you drag that old beaten-up newspaper in here with you?
Certainly I did. I'm still looking for a job, even if my hunger has been temporarily satisfied.
Well, if you can find a job out of that bunch, you're a better job hunter than I am.
Well, you haven't tried this one. Someone's looking for a woman.
Sound good?
Very. Listen. Wanted. Stenographer. If you are an ambitious, talented, and reasonably attractive young woman who can use the typewriter, the adding machine, and can write shorthand, apply in person to see Mr. Gibson, Friday night after midnight, room 1313, Temple Building.
Do you think you can fill the bill? Are you ambitious?
I can use the typewriter.
Are you talented?
I can operate an adding machine.
And, are you reasonably attractive?
You told me you thought I am pretty, remember? Besides, I also know how to write shorthand.
Then apply for the job by all means.
I think I will. But I don't like this apply after midnight angle.
Yeah, it is very unusual. Why at that time of night?
Well, maybe it's a night job. Anyway, I'm going to have a try at it. Room 1313, Temple Building. Where's the Temple Building?
On the other side of town.
How far, Mark?
Oh, about 10 or 12 miles.
Oh.
Hey, you need car fare. Here, take this $50.
Oh, Mark, well, I'm not going to argue about it. I'll take it. And I'll return the money tomorrow night. I get a small check from my father tomorrow morning.
That's all right, Mary.
I'll meet you... Well, let me see. I'll meet you here in the park at the same bench, and I'll let you know how I come out about the job in the Temple Building. Yes, this is the Temple Building, all right. Awfully quiet in here. Dimly lighted. Nobody around. Not even a hall porter. This is a very strange place. Here. Here's the building directory. No, let's see, what is the man's name? Oh, yes, Gibson. Gibson. No Gibson listed here. His company's name is probably here, but I don't know that name. Now, let's see, how does one get up to the 13th floor? Here's an open elevator, but there's no one to operate it. Oh, this is the type you operate yourself. Just step in. Press the button marked 13. The door's closed. Then up we go. Oh, my. Better say a little prayer that I get this job. Amen. There. Here we are. My, it must be a night job. This entire floor is one huge office. Row after row of desks with people working at them. And brilliant lights everywhere. It must be a big country.
May I help you, miss?
Oh, yes, please. I've come in answer to the ad in the newspaper.
Ad?
Oh,
advertisement?
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Mr. Gibson advertised for a young woman to do typing and shorthand. Here, I've cut out the ad. This is it.
May I see it, please? Thank you. I see. Mr. Gibson failed to tell me he had inserted an advertisement in the Bee.
Oh, but this isn't the time.
I'm sorry, young lady. Mr. Gibson uses only the Bee. You'll find his office right down this aisle, the first door to your left. Room 1313.
Thank you.
Just knock on his door and he'll answer you.
Yes, thanks. These people all seem very modern, and yet they're dressed so quaintly. They look old-fashioned. Oh, here's the door.
Come in, please.
Mr. Gibson?
Yes, come in, please, and close the door.
Thank you.
Sit down, young lady. Don't just stand there.
Yes, sir. I've come about the job, sir. The one you mentioned in your ad in the Times?
Times? I never advertised in anything but the Bee. You read my advertisement in the Bee, I'm sure.
You want a stenographer. One who can type, use the adding machine, and take directions.
Yes.
I'm very ambitious, Mr. Gibson, and I feel that I can learn the work quickly. I'm easily taught.
Good.
Your ad asked for a moderately attractive girl. I'll try to be neat and tidy, sir.
My dear young lady, if your qualifications are as you claim, I feel you'll do very nicely. Here, take this pencil, please, and this pad. There now. Are you ready to take a letter?
Yes, sir.
Address it, Mr. Hugh Lanning, 1501 Tower Building, City. Dear Mr. Lanning, we have received your order for the office materials listed on your invoice, and I shall personally see to it that the items ordered are assembled, boxed, and shipped to you immediately. We are exceedingly thankful for your order, and we trust you will find our service up to its usual promptness and carefulness. If we may serve you again in the future, please be assured every attention will be given to your desires. Yours very truly, the Acme Office Supply Company by Jonathan Gibson. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you type it up, please? Use that machine over there. You'll find paper in the drawer.
Yes, sir.
How old are you, young lady?
22.
Your name?
Mary Billings.
Where were you born?
In Sandville. That's about 35 miles from here.
Are you ready to start work tonight if you prove satisfactory?
Oh, yes.
What salary will you expect?
That'll depend upon the work, sir. You must know what's fair.
Say $20 a week.
So we say that to begin with. Then if I do more than $20 worth of work, I'll ask for a raise. It's my opinion that employees should be paid according to the amount of work they do.
True, young lady. Quite true. What's your home address, please?
2122 Melrose. I'm only there temporarily. Will you please sign this, Mr. Gibson?
Yes? What? Sign what?
The letter you gave me. It's ready.
Finished? Already? Young lady, you're quite efficient. Let's see. Typing is neat. I like it.
Thank you, sir. I hope I may have the job.
Yes, of course. But one thing, Miss, Billings.
Yes, sir?
Your clothes, my dear. Shall we say, a little too modern.
Too modern? I thought them quite conservative.
The neckline and the skirt length and the sleeves. I'm afraid, Miss Billings, you'll be compelled to wear a tight neck dress, long sleeves, and a skirt to the ankles.
Like the others outside are dressed, sir?
Yes, exactly. And the rouge and lipstick. We don't use cosmetics for the Acme Company, Miss Billings.
Very well, sir.
And the short haircut. Bob, I believe it's called. You will let your hair grow out, Miss Billings. Meanwhile, you will add a switch to your hair.
Yes, Mr. Gibson.
Now, if you just step outside and speak to the young lady at the reception desk, she'll show your place to work and assign your duties.
Mr. Gibson, I can't thank you enough. I work very hard, and I'll try to be a credit to your company.
I'm sure you will, Miss Billings.
May I tidy up your office before I take over my work?
Tidy up my office?
Well, yes, if you pardon me. You really could stand a little cleaning and dusting. So many cobwebs and dust everywhere. But these windows look like as though they hadn't been washed in years. And your calendar needs changing, Mr. Gibson.
My calendar?
Yes, look. It says April 16th. This is January 16th.
My dear girl, you're mistaken. This is the 16th day of April.
And the calendar says 1912.
That's right. This is 1912.
But Mr. Gibson, this is 1942. And it's January, not April.
My dear young lady, are you in earnest?
Well, of course I am. This is the 16th of January, 1942.
Oh, certainly. You must be jesting.
No, Mr. Gibson, I'm not jesting. This is not 1912. It's 1942.
I can't understand what would lead you to say a thing like that. Here, young lady, this newspaper. Today's. Now look at the date on it. April the 16th, 1912. There, you see?
Gibson, you say this is today's newspaper?
Of course it is. Look at it yourself. Fresh ink. Smell it? Fresh paper.
Yes, you're right. But those headlines.
Yes, a terrible disaster.
The Titanic sank at sea on her maiden voyage.
Yes, she hit an iceberg. A sad tragedy.
That was 30 years ago. Long before I was born.
What was that? I'm afraid I don't hear very well these days.
It wasn't important. Shall I take over my work now?
Yes, if you will. We need your services very badly. Business is exceptionally good, and I admit it's difficult to find young women with as much ability as you have.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I'll try to live up to your expectations.
I feel certain you will, Miss Billings. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask the young lady at the front desk.
Yes. Thank you, I shall. Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson said to see you about the work I'm to do here?
Yes. You will use desk number 27. That's over there, the one with the rosebud in the vase.
Yes, I see it.
I believe I'll let you work on the first of the month invoices. Here, use these invoice blanks. The books are on that metal table by your desk.
Yes, thank you. How do you want the invoices dated?
May 1st, 1912.
May 1st, 1912.
That's right. That'll reach our customers the first day of May. And, did Mr. Gibson mention about your clothes?
Oh, yes, he did. But he said I was to go to work now and take care of changing later.
Very well. You'll find paper, pencils, and erasers in your desk.
Thank you.
I filled out this form for you. Tell me if it's correct. Name, Mayor Billings, born at Stanville, age 22. Let's see, you were born in 1890 then, weren't you?
That would be 22 years ago, wouldn't it?
Your hours will be from midnight until 8 a.m. You may take time out at 4 o'clock for refreshment. 1 hour. If you have any questions about your work, please don't hesitate to ask me.
Miss Billings speaking. Yes, Mr. Gibson. In your office? Yes, sir. I'll come in immediately. Yes, Mr. Gibson, you sent for me?
Yes. Sit down, Miss Billings. The dawn will be here soon, Miss Billings.
I don't have a watch.
And there are no clocks in the office. You noticed?
Yes.
Yes. The dawn will soon be here. And all too soon.
I haven't been here long, Mr. Gibson, but I enjoy the work I've done so far.
Yes, Miss Johnson reports you give all your attention to your work. She reports that you're extremely efficient.
Oh, I'm glad, sir. I've tried to apply myself.
Yes. You were just as I expected you would be.
What was that, Mr. Gibson?
I mean, I could tell by the work you did in here for me that you would be quite capable.
I hope you like me well enough to allow me to keep the job.
I want you to go home now, my dear. You've done quite enough work for tonight.
But I'd just as soon stay my full time.
No. Won't pay to overwork the first day, you know. Here, Miss Billings, is your check.
My check?
Yes, you probably need a little money.
Why, yes, but...
No. Just cash the check and get what you need with the money.
But this check is made out for $80.
Yes. I believe that was the amount, wasn't it?
Why, I don't understand.
Would you mind going now, Miss Billings? The dawn will soon be here, and... Would you mind going now?
I know if you wish.
Thank you, my dear. And may I wish you every happiness, Miss Billings. Every happiness in the world. Good day now.
Mary, wait for me.
Oh, Mark, I've been waiting so long. I thought you weren't coming.
Oh, Mary. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you. I can hardly wait all day to hurry here and tell you the news.
News?
Yes. I've got a job, and a good one. $55 a week.
Oh, Mark, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, and I got some swell ideas. I'm going to tell you one of them before long. Hey, how about your job?
Well, I got it, Mark, but I don't know what to think about it. Everything was so strange.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, I went to the Temple building, and I took the elevator up to the 13th floor. And so I took the check and left the building, just as the dawn was beginning to break.
That's odd. Very. Look, Mary, you have to go to work at midnight, you say. Do you mind if I go along?
I know. I suppose it'll be all right.
Good. I want to get a look at the kind of a businessman who'd have a 1912 calendar on his office wall. That's some elevator, You push the button for yourself.
I guess they figured it cut down an overhead. No operator. Here we are. Mark.
Hey. Are you sure you pushed the right button?
I'm positive. But look at this place.
Well, I thought you said this entire floor was an office.
Yes, it was. But now, there's nothing but one dim light. Heaps of junk and boxes, barrels, and stuff here.
But this floor isn't used for anything but storage space.
But there were desks here, lots of them, and people working.
Oh, but Mary, there couldn't have been.
Wait a minute. Mark, lying over there on the floor.
Oh, let's see. Oh, something glittering over here. It's a lipstick.
Mark, it's my lipstick.
What?
Yes. I missed it just after I left the building early this morning. I must have dropped it here while I was waiting for the elevator.
Then what you told me did happen.
Yes, Mark. I'm very certain of that. Very certain. Come inside a minute, Mark, will you? I want you to see the check the little man named Gibson made out to me.
Yeah, I want to see it.
There's something else I want you to look at. Something I brought with me from home. Come in.
You said this fellow Gibson had a City B newspaper on his desk.
Yes. Dated April 16th, 1912.
Well, you might not know it, but the B went out of business in this town 20 years ago.
But the ink was fresh. And the paper. Any newspaper printed 30 years ago would have been yellow and faded.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, is that the check?
Yes. Here.
And for $80. Wait a minute. Do you notice this, Mary? The check's made out to Margaret Billings.
Yes. I noticed that this morning, but I thought Mr. Gibson had just made a mistake. Now, I think I know the answer.
You do? Say, what are these things in this little box? Your souvenirs?
Yes, more or less. Here, this lace handkerchief.
Oh, it's lovely.
It belonged to my mother. Her name was Margaret.
Oh, I see.
And this is a portion of the diary she kept up to a year after I was born. Let's see, 1912. 10, 11. Here's 1912.
What are you looking for, Mary?
I'm not sure, Mark. February, March, April. Here, April. April 16th. Here we are.
Well, Mary?
Mark, listen. Here's what my mother wrote in her diary on April 16th, 1912. Today, the Acme Office Supply Company on the 13th floor of the Temple Building declared bankruptcy. 42 employees were left without work. There was a month's pay due each of us. I went to Mr. Gibson, the owner, and asked for at least a portion of the money he owed me. But he said he was unable to pay a cent. He promised, however, to pay me the $80 he owed me just as soon as possible. This was bad news for me, indeed. Almost as bad as the news the headlines carried in the day's paper. The Titanic was sunk at sea on her maiden voyage.
Dark fantasy.
You have heard Death from the Past, a tale of dark fantasy starring that popular Hollywood actress, Jane Wyatt, and written especially for her by Scott Bishop. We wish to thank Miss Wyatt for her most excellent portrayal tonight of Mary Billings, and we join Jane Wyatt in urging you to do your bit toward the cause nearest to President Roosevelt's heart on his Diamond Jubilee. Give to your local Mile of Dimes committee. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Mark Matthew, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was the office manager, and Muir Hyde played Mr. Gibson. Next Friday night at this same time, we'll bring you another unusual tale of dark fantasy, The Headless Dead. Miss Wyatt appeared tonight through the courtesy of the RKO Studios.
Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. Tom Paxton speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Murder in Jazz Time. Tonight, we're going to delve into the strange and confusing events in the life of Alexander Drake. But what person can tell you of these events better than Alex Drake himself? As our story begins, Drake is seated at a small table, staring at several blank sheets of writing paper. Slowly he picks up a pen, hesitates, and starts to write.
I scarcely know at what point to begin telling of the things that have happened to me these past months. I suppose I should begin with Vicky. Vicky, who I have loved ever since we were children. If my love was never returned by her, I was content to wait, ever hopeful that someday she would reciprocate my feelings. We saw a great deal of each other after she graduated college, and I watched with interest as she embarked upon a singing career. Success came to Vicky quickly and smoothly, as all things did. She sang with several name bands and then became a star attraction at the swankier nightclubs. Several years passed, and then one night, as I had always dreamed of it happening, Vicky agreed to marry me. That was the happiest moment of my life. A week later, we were married and driving to New Orleans on our honeymoon. Happy, darling?
Oh, yes, Alex, yes.
No regrets about giving up your career?
None at all.
Oh, it's good of you to say that, Vicky. I'll try to make it up to you.
Oh, no, really, Alex. Giving up my career is many sacrifice. For a long time now, I've known that I wasn't very good.
Not very good? Why, you were getting $1,000 a week at the Casablanca. And look at the way your recordings are selling.
Oh, let's face it, Alex, I have a nice voice. I'm fairly attractive. And thanks to fine publicity, I've come a long way. But I'm not really a very good singer.
Oh, nonsense. I think you're a wonderful singer.
That's because you're in love with me, darling. But I know better.
Is that why you decided to give up your career? Marry me?
Yes, darling.
I'm glad you told me. Oh, look, Vicky, that sign. Only 37 miles to New Orleans.
Oh, wonderful. At last, I'm going to see New Orleans. You don't know how long I've waited for this.
Why all this enthusiasm for New Orleans?
Why, Alex, New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. And just think, Jeff Becker is still in New Orleans, and we can hear him play.
He's the fellow that owns the famous waterfront cafe, isn't he?
Oh, Alex, Jeff Becker isn't famous because he owns a cafe. Why, he's one of the great names of jazz. Many critics think he's the finest jazz pianist who ever lived.
Forgive my ignorance, darling. I'm afraid I'm just a long-haired heart. Tell me, if this fellow Jeff Becker is as great as you say, how come I haven't heard more about him?
Because he's always refused to leave New Orleans. He's had some fabulous offers to play in New York, but he's turned them all down. That's why he isn't widely known. But real lovers of jazz come from all over the country to hear Jeff Becker play at his cafe.
Well, then I guess there isn't any question as to where we're going tonight. Jeff Becker's it is. An hour later, we were in New Orleans and registered at a hotel. Early that evening, Vicky and I had supper at Antoine's, and then we left for Jeff Becker's cafe. As we drove, Vicky was unable to hide the excitement she felt. Jeff Becker's cafe turned out to be a long, rambling, shabby building with a balcony that ran the length of it and hung over the river. The inside of the cafe was as unpretentious as the outside. As we were seated, a few musicians began to drift in and take their places in the bandstand. Vicky whispered excitedly to me the names of the musicians, whom she seemed to know without ever having seen before. And suddenly, Vicky clutched at my arm.
Alex, look. There's Jeff Becker.
Where?
There he is, walking towards the piano.
That little sandy-haired man?
Yes. That's Jeff Becker.
I stared at him and felt somewhat disappointed. For no good reason whatsoever, my imagination had led me to see Jeff Becker as an impressive-looking individual, whereas in reality he was a slight man, being no more than 5'5", with a plain, undistinguished-looking face. He looked a good deal younger than the 50 he was reputed to be. There were two very attractive-looking women with him, both of whom followed his every move as he sat down at his piano. The talk and the laughter in the cafe died out, and Jeff Becker and his men began to play. As Jeff Becker played, the disappointment I'd felt about him passed with me. As he sat there at the piano playing smoothly, effortlessly, he was no longer a small, slight man with a plain face. There was a warmth and greatness about him, and even I, who was no lover of jazz, could sense the genius of Jeff Becker.
Oh, Alex, isn't he wonderful?
Yes, Vicky, he is. He really is.
Alex, look. He's coming this way.
Yes, he seems to be coming to our table.
Good evening, Miss Saunders. Welcome to New Orleans.
Why, thank you, Mr. Becker. Thank you very much.
Just call me Jeff. Only tourists call me Mr. Becker.
All right, Jeff. Oh, this is my husband, Alex Drake.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Won't you join us?
Sorry, no. I only have a minute. The boys and me got some playing to do.
I've heard Brown B. Boogie played before, but never as wonderfully as you do it.
Thanks very much, Vicky.
How did you know who I was?
I've seen pictures of you.
Have you ever heard my wife sing, Jeff?
Yes, I have. Well, I got to be getting back to work. It's been nice meeting you folks. See you around.
Yes, of course. Huh. An abrupt sort of fellow, isn't he?
He was being tactful, darling, not abrupt. He was afraid you might ask him what he thought of my singing.
Well, what's wrong with my asking him that?
Oh, nothing. Only it would have made Jeff Becker unhappy to have told you the truth about my singing.
Well, anyway, I still think you're great.
Thank you, darling. Oh, look. They're going to play now.
We sat listening to the magic of Jeff Becker's music for hours. When I suggested to Vicky that we leave, she refused, insisting that we remain until closing time, which was 4 in the morning. The next evening found us once again at Jeff's Cafe, and again we remained until closing. Try as I might, I couldn't get Vicky interested in the sights of New Orleans and the fascinating swamp country nearby. Night after night, despite my protests, we would end up at Jeff's Cafe. Life to Vicky came to revolve around these nightly visits, and all else seemed unreal to her. Soon, even I lost track of time. Weeks passed, and then one night at closing time, Jeff Becker came over to our table. For the first time since the night we'd met.
Howdy, folks. Glad to see you still with us.
Hello, Jeff.
Well, how do you folks like New Orleans? Having a good time?
Frankly, we've seen very little of New Orleans outside of this cafe.
Well, just between us. There ain't very much more to see.
I agree. Oh, dear, it's closing time already. No sooner do we get here than it's time to go home.
Well, if you'd like to hear more music, why not stay on? The boys and me always have a small session after closing hours.
Well, thanks very much, Jeff, but I'm afraid that we really must...
we'd love to stay on, Jeff. It's wonderful of you to ask us.
Glad to have you. See you around.
Vicky, enough is enough. We've been here since 9 o'clock.
Alex, you don't understand. It's an honor to have Jeff ask you to stay on. Few people get that invitation.
Well, I'm duly appreciative, believe me, but 7 hours is enough of this place for one night. Now, come along, Vicky. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to stay for this session.
Vicky, I think I've been more than reasonable. Coming here night after night for weeks. Now it's about time I got my way. I insist we leave.
I won't go, I tell you. I'm staying here. If you want to go back to the hotel, don't let me keep you.
As Vicky screamed at me, for a brief flashing moment, I almost imagined I'd seen hate in her eyes. The shock of that moment was like a revelation. Suddenly, I realized that Vicky had changed, that I was losing her. Her face, as she listened to the music, was like the faces of the musicians, and Jeff Becker's himself. Their emotion laid bare. By turns ecstatic, impassioned, unresisting. I was an outsider looking in on a way of life of which I could never be part. The lateness of the hour, the smoke-filled room, and my confused thoughts were too much for me. And I fell asleep with my head on the table. I have no idea how long I slept. But when I awoke, it was daylight. I became aware of a woman singing. I looked up. I saw it was Vicky. Vicky standing by the piano, singing to Jeff Becker.
It is a dancing floor just for my
Well, Jeff?
I don't know, Vicky.
What's wrong?
Hard to say.
Oh.
Vicky, jazz was born in these parts. It came from the people. The people who worked on the levees, the riverside wheels, and in the fields. It was part of the bone and flesh of old-timers like Willie Johnson and Joe Fletcher. They played jazz the way it was in their hearts. like Chippy Hill just stepped up, clapped her hands, and gave out with the blues. That's what made it great. They played and sang as they felt.
I see.
Second-rate musicians picked up something that was fine and clean and took it to the big cities in the north. But they weren't playing for the sake of music. They were playing for greenbacks.
And is that what's wrong with my singing?
Afraid so. I reckon you had too many teachers, Vicky, and they all taught you to sing by the book. It may be popular, but it ain't good.
Do you think it's too late to go back?
Hard to say, Vicky. Do you want to start all over?
Oh, yes, Jeff, yes. Would you let me stay on here and sing with your band?
Well, if you feel...
No, Vicky.
Alex!
You're not singing with the band. We're leaving New Orleans at once.
Alex, be reasonable. You know...
No use, Vicky. We're leaving New Orleans today, and that's final. I'll get your suitcases from the closet, Vicky, so that you can start packing.
I tell you, Alex, I'm not leaving New Orleans. Not only am I staying, but I'm going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
Vicky, are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? You're losing all sense of perception, of values. Life to you has come to mean only Jeff Becker's Cafe.
I don't care. That's where I belong, where I really feel alive. If you love jazz, felt about it the way I do, you'd understand.
I do understand, but there are other things besides Jeff Becker and his music.
Not for me, there aren't.
It was at that moment I knew that I had lost Vicky. As she turned away from me, an overwhelming hatred for Jeff Becker surged up within me. Had he been in the room at that moment, I would have killed him without any hesitation. I left the hotel, walked the streets of New Orleans. I knew that Vicky would never be mine as long as Jeff Becker were alive. And I also knew that I couldn't go on without Vicky. There was only one answer. I returned to the hotel, told Vicky I would remain in New Orleans with her. Night after night, we continued going to that waterfront cafe. And each night after the place had closed, Vicky would sing with the band. As I listened to Vicky sing, even I, who knew very little of music, could sense that her singing was superb. The musicians in the band looked at her approvingly and accepted her as one of themselves. Under Jeff Becker's almost hypnotic guidance, she sang with warmth and feeling. As much as I hated Jeff Becker, I couldn't help but admire his genius for bringing out talent. The music ended, and Jeff rose from the piano and patted Vicky on the shoulder encouragingly. He left the bandstand and started walking through the cafe towards his office in the back. This was the moment I had long waited for. I quickly eased out of my chair, which was in a darkened part of the cafe, and slipped out into the balcony. I then ran quietly along the balcony until I reached the French door that opened into Jeff Becker's office. I got there just as Jeff sat down at his desk. He was alone. I opened the door and stepped into his office.
Oh. Hello, Alex. What can I do for you?
I've come for my wife.
Your wife? But Vicky isn't in here.
Vicky is wherever you are, and I can't have that, Jeff. She's got to be mine.
She is yours. You know that.
No, she belongs to you now. She said as much. As long as you're alive, Vicky will never be mine. I know that.
You're wrong, Alex. Believe me. It's music.
She's got to be mine. She's got to be. I felt Jeff's body go limp in my hands. And I knew he was dead. I quickly picked up his slight body in my arms and carried it out to the balcony. There was no one in sight. I leaned over the balcony rail and dropped Jeff's body. It fell into the river with a small splash and was gone. I quietly walked to the other end of the balcony and slipped into my seat in the darkened cafe. The musicians and Vicky were still on the bandstand talking, and I knew they hadn't missed me during the few minutes I'd been gone. The ordeal was over. A week passed, and Jeff Becker's disappearance was the talk of New Orleans. The police questioned everyone, but were unable to solve the mystery. Vicky was inconsolable and locked herself in her room at the hotel, refusing to see anyone.
Who is it?
It's Alex, darling. Please let me in. Darling, you can't stay in your room like this day after day. You know it isn't good for you. Vicky, let's leave New Orleans. Go to New York.
No, I'm going to wait until Jeff comes back.
Vicky, Jeff isn't coming back.
What? What do you mean?
A body was found floating in the Gulf this morning. The police think it's Jeff's body.
Oh, no.
After a week in the water, naturally, it was hard to identify.
Jeff! Dead?
Yes, darling. It's in all the papers.
Oh, Alex.
You mustn't cry, darling. Here, let me wipe your tears. Don't you think it would be better if we left New Orleans?
All right, Alex. Anything you say.
A few days later, we were back in New York. There was snow on the ground, and the air was invigorating. What had happened in New Orleans seemed like a dream, a bad dream. At first, Vicky was melancholy, but as days passed, she grew better, and I felt confident that in time she'd be her old self. We saw all the shows in town and dined at the finest restaurants. And then one night, I took her to Carnegie Hall to hear the Philharmonic Orchestra. Here, darling, here's the program.
Thank you.
Oh, I see they're going to play the Rachmaninoff First Piano Concerto with Andre Duval as soloist. You've always liked that concerto, haven't you?
Yes, Alex.
Look, Duval's just come up on stage. Young, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Happy?
Alex, they're going to play now.
As I sat there in that great concert hall listening to the orchestra, I became aware of discordant playing. I looked at Vicky, at other concert goers, but none seemed aware of it. The discordancy grew. And then suddenly I realized it wasn't the music of Rachmaninoff I was hearing. It was the music of Jeff Becker, being played faster and faster, louder and louder. I thought he had put the scream out. As I put my hands to my ears, I became aware of my arm being shaken. It was Vicky.
What's the matter with you?
Vicky, the music. Listen to it.
Alex, be quiet. Everyone is looking at us.
I can't stand it anymore. Let's get out of here.
All right, Alex, but please be quiet. Everybody's looking at us.
Hurry, Vicky, hurry. Oh, it's gone. Thank goodness I can't hear it anymore.
What's gone?
The music.
Alex, you aren't making any sense. We came to the concert to hear music. You look so pale.
No, I'm all right now.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's go home now, Vicky, huh? All the way home, I kept thinking of the amazing hallucination I'd had. Obviously, it was the result of the mental strain I had undergone in New Orleans. But with sufficient rest and relaxation, I would soon forget the horrible events that had occurred there. Arriving home, I went to bed, but found it difficult to fall asleep. Hours later, I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, and then I started dreaming. I dreamt that I was in Jeff Becker's cafe, and the only people there were Jeff and myself. He was seated at the piano playing, smiling at me. I walked over to the bandstand, and he spoke to me.
Hello, Alex. How do you like this number? Pretty good for a dead man, huh?
You can't play if you're dead?
Yes, I can, Alex. You hear my music, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You're always going to hear it, Alex. Always. Because my music will never die. Even if you did kill me, it'll go on and on.
No! Stop! No! I don't want to hear it! Stop! Stop!
Alex, wake up! Wake up! Alex, what is it?
What is it?
You were having a nightmare. You screamed and woke me up.
Yes. I remember now.
What were you dreaming about?
New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yes. Go back to sleep now, Vicky. I'm all right. I'm all right, I said to her. But I wasn't. That was the beginning of a series of nightmares and hallucinations in which I heard Jeff Becker playing that accursed music of his. When an attack came, I would flee from room to room, pressing my fingers against my ears, but there was no escape. I could hear the rhythmic pounding of Jeff Becker's music in my head, growing louder and louder, relentlessly hammering away. I knew that it would only be a question of time before he drove me mad. I fought for my sanity, but...
Good morning, Mr. Drake. How are you feeling today? Oh, I see you've done quite a bit of writing. Good. I'm glad you followed my suggestion.
It's all written down, Doctor. Everything that happened to me.
Fine, Mr. Drake. I'm sure it'll be of great help to both of us. Do you feel in the mood for a visitor?
A visitor?
Yes, your wife.
Yes, I'd like to see Vicky.
She's just outside. I'll have her come in. Will you come in now, Mr. Drake?
Hello, Alex. How are you, darling?
Vicky. Oh, it's good to see you again and have you near me.
Oh, Alex. Dr. Mitchell says that you're much better.
Yes. I'm much better.
Doctor, will you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Drake.
Tell me what?
Oh, won't you sit down, Mr. Drake? Yeah, that's it. Now, what I'm going to tell you will come as a shock, but I'm hopeful it'll rid you of the hallucinations you suffer from.
Yes, Doctor?
Mr. Drake, you did not murder Jeff Becker.
But I did. I choked him until he was dead, and then I threw him into the river.
No, Mr. Drake. Jeff Becker was not dead when you threw him into the river. He was only unconscious, and the water revived him. Jeff Becker is alive. He was picked up by a fishing trawler going to sea. Will you come in, please?
I didn't want to do it, but he made me.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
No! You're dead! You're dead, do you hear? But your music, it goes on and on. I can't get away from your music. It follows me everywhere.
I'm afraid we failed again. The feeling of guilt is overwhelming. However, we shan't give up.
It's getting louder and louder. I can't escape from it. Stop it! Stop it!
Traveler again. Too bad about poor Alex, wasn't it? It just goes to prove you may be able to escape the law, but there's always your conscience to reckon with. But what happened to Alex? Oh, he finally responded to medical treatment, and today he and Vicky are a very happy couple. However, there are still two things Alex can't stand: jazz and the sight of rivers. Now, I recall another young man once who decided that two murders are better than one. And so... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Sit down, Mr. Utterson. Pray be seated.
It isn't often we have visitors, is it, Hetty, my dear?
Well, you won't be wanting me to help you entertain him. I think I'll go.
Yes, it might be just as well. Some of the things that Mr. Utterson and I will have to talk about will be rather of a confidential nature.
All right. You'll find me upstairs if you want me.
And now, Mr. Utterson, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me what it is that brought you down to my rather secluded residence?
I came on behalf of my client, Mr. Randolph Winter.
Ah, yes. The gentleman with the model housing scheme. I think I have given my reply in unmistakable terms to his proposals.
I'll admit I was glad of an excuse to come down to your place. I wanted to see you.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere. And the reason you wanted to see me was to try and ferret out what connection I had with Henry Jekyll. Wasn't that it?
It was.
You were wasting your time with Hetty. She knows no more about that than you do. Though the things she could have told you about Henry.
What do you mean?
You want the full, unvarnished story of Henry Jekyll?
Of course I do.
Because you don't want him to marry your daughter, isn't that it?
Never mind my reasons.
Isn't that it? Answer me.
Yes, that's it, if you want to know.
I want the truth. You want the truth from me? I demand it from you.
Very well, then. I have never wanted my daughter to marry him, and if you put me in possession of sufficient evidence to make it impossible, I shall consider myself as being in your debt.
My debt? Oh, that's good, that is.
Well, please, go on. This interview is painful, and I want to have done with it.
First, we will finish with Hetty. As I was saying, he accidentally found her again. He was horrified to see what she'd become, and he took her away with him out of the place she worked in. He took her to the building at the back of his father's house. He calls it his laboratory.
What? He had a girl there?
Oh, but only for a very brief time. Henry was entirely blameless on this occasion. Believing that the main house was deserted, he went into it to get food and clothes for his protege. It was about 2:00 in the morning, remember? And while he was groping his way in the dark, who should surprise him but his father? The old man had unexpectedly come up to London from his country house.
Yes, go on.
Picture Henry's dilemma. There he was, with Hetty waiting for him in the laboratory. And his father, asking what he was doing, wandering round the house like a thief at such an hour of the night. Henry made some sort of an excuse and went off to bed.
Leaving the girl to shift for herself?
Precisely. Hetty thought that he'd played another trick on her, so she ran away. An hour or so later, she was fished up out of the Thames by the water police, from where she'd attempted to commit suicide.
You can't be serious. The girl that I've been talking to?
The same. There's a lot more, but I won't go into details. Hetty was charged with vagrancy, sentenced to a term in prison, came out, became a professional thief, got a further prison sentence, and eventually arrived at her present situation, which is a companion to my lighter moments.
And this trail of misery is the work of Henry Jekyll?
You'd never believe it to hear the way she lied for him, would you? Strange, submissive creatures women are.
Well, I can only repeat that I'm indebted to you for what you've told me. I often felt that there was something about Henry that none of us knew of. But I never suspected this.
Wait a minute. That's not all.
Surely there's no more.
Oh, yes, much more. You were asking Hetty about David Markham, the unfortunate young boy who fell from the window. That was Henry's doing, too.
What?
Yes. He didn't push him from the top of the tower, but it was he who led him to do the things that got him expelled. They had a quarrel up there, and Markham lost his balance. That's the explanation of the accident. I wonder no one ever suspected it.
But he was little more than a schoolboy then.
How curious. But curiously old for his age. Didn't you once make that very remark to his father?
How do you know these things?
I told you Henry and I are twin souls.
When you first said that, I thought you were joking.
Now you begin to think there may be some truth in it. And I'm not a very pleasant specimen for a man to claim affinity with, am I?
At least you look what you are.
And Henry, with his pale, fine face and sensitive manner, looks something of a saint. Two halves of a single whole, Mr. Utterson.
You're talking riddles, but that's unimportant.
Unimportant? You never made a greater mistake in all your life. It's the most important, the most vital statement you've ever heard, if you only knew it.
I'm afraid I can't stay to discuss metaphysics with you now, Mr. Hyde. What you told me has been such a shock that I'll ask you to excuse me.
So that you can go and break the news to Margaret and postpone the wedding once again? Oh, it won't be mere postponement. This time, will it?
After what you have told me, she will marry that man only over my dead body.
That's precisely what she's going to do. She's going to marry him over your dead body.
Well, what's the matter with you? Have you suddenly gone mad? Why have you shut the door?
So that I can lock it. There. Now it's done. We're shut in here alone. Just you and I.
Let me out. What sort of madness is this?
I told you too much knowledge of a certain kind is dangerous, didn't I? Oh, no. You needn't go casting wild looks at the windows. The shutters are barred on the outside.
I demand that you open that door and let me go.
I've been waiting for this moment far too long. I've thought of it for years. I began to hate you, I think, when I was still a child. I hated the way you looked at me. Curiously, as though I was some sort of specimen impaled on a pin. You were wondering then what manner of creature I was.
What are you talking about? When did I ever see you before the night you struck the child down in the street?
And then when I heard you give your reasons why Margaret shouldn't marry me...
Marry you? In heaven's name, what are you raving about?
Haven't you realized? Don't you see who I am?
I know that you're a maniac.
But you don't know that I am Henry Jekyll.
You're what?
Henry Jekyll! Don't look at me like that. I know you're telling yourself that insane people are subject to delusions, but I am not insane.
And then if you're not, stop this hideous fooling and let me out. I can see now I was a fool to believe anything you said. The whole thing is a pack of lies from beginning to end.
And you're willing to regard it as such and do nothing to stop your daughter's wedding?
I'll make inquiries, and if I find there's no truth in what you say...
You'll make no inquiries, my friend, because you're never going out of this room alive.
I'm never going out of this room?
No. Since I've found the way to protect myself into the form of Edward Hyde, I've done many nameless things, but I've never yet committed murder. I wanted to. I wondered how it felt. And now I'm going to find out.
Stop this infernal nonsense. Open the door.
I decided it should be you some time ago. I never thought you'd play so neatly into my hands as you've done by coming here.
Let me out.
I wondered when the opportunity would present itself.
Stop following me about the room. Stop it, I say.
You've knocked over one of the chairs. Are you frightened? Why should a man who's lived the blameless life that you have be afraid to meet his maker?
Hyde, stop this. I've done nothing to you.
Haven't you? If you hadn't kept Margaret away from me, Edward Hyde would have ceased to exist long ago. She would have made all the difference. Look on your work, O righteous man, and see what you've called forth out of the darkness of a human soul.
You foul obscenity. Take my daughter's name off your lips.
Your daughter is mine. Mine, I tell you. She's belonged to me ever since we were children, and it's you who have kept us apart. You won't do so anymore. I'll wipe out the existence as I'd smash any other barrier that stood between us.
I'm not a young man, but I can still fight. If you won't let me out of this room of your own accord, by heaven, I'll lay you out and get the key that way.
Ah, that's better. That's better. Now we've got some hate on both sides.
I should say there was. From the first moment I saw you, I had an overwhelming desire to strangle you. You were the foulest, vilest, most repulsive creature I had ever set my eyes on. The world will be a better place to be rid of you, and God willing, I shall do it.
You will!
Yes, with my bare hands. Let me get them around your filthy throat.
Kill me, would you? Take that.
What happened in there?
Go away, get back upstairs.
What are you doing? Let me come in.
All right, my dear, come in. Come in. It might serve as a good object lesson to you.
Look at him.
Yes, take a look. That's the work of Edward Hyde. Not a man to fall foul of.
Oh, look at his head. Oh, you beast.
Shut up, you little fool. I'll shoot you, too. That's right. Fate. Well, perhaps it's just as well. Now, let me get out of this. First the stick. I must destroy the stick I killed him with. Into the fire with it. Into the fire with it. That's right.
Unsolved Mysteries. Some crimes of murder are mysteries because the murderer, having foreseen every difficulty of avoiding detection, has successfully overcome these difficulties and has therefore actually avoided detection. But there are crimes in which the mystery lies in the manner in which the crime was committed. Such is the case of the bridge whist expert, as the New York police termed the slaying of J.B. Maxwell in his apartment, 644 West 70th Street, New York City. Since some of the characters are still alive, names of characters and places have been changed, but the dramatic reenactment is authentic in every detail. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street, New York. The mailman on his rounds waves to a milkman across the street. Police Officer Brown saunters down the sidewalk, and at that moment, a woman walks down the street, up the steps to number 644, takes out a latchkey, opens the door, and walks into the apartment as the clock strikes 8.
Mr. Maxwell, I brought you... Help!
What's the matter, lady?
He's been shot.
Shot where? Tell me, I'll have a look.
In here, he was still breathing when I walked into his room.
Well, he's dead now. Drilled clean through the head. What'll I call headquarters? Hello? Hello?
That phone's out of order.
Well, I'll use the one next door. Hey, you, milkman. Better stand in there at the door gaping. Get on the phone and call headquarters.
Okay, I'll get him right away.
You haven't touched the body?
No, I should say not.
Who are you, anyways, wife?
No, he wasn't married. I'm his housekeeper. I came in just a few minutes ago. I was going to tell him something. I came in here and found him like this.
You were out, huh? You leave the door open when you went out?
No, I was just coming in for the day. I live at my own home.
You found the door locked?
Yes, I had to use my key to get in.
How many people have keys?
Only me and Mr. Maxwell and...
Yeah?
Well, the lock was changed only last week.
Anybody can get in through the back door?
There is no back door. There's a basement door. It's bolted on the inside. Mr. Maxwell must have killed himself. Nobody could have got in.
Killed himself and then went out and hid the gun, I suppose.
Well, I didn't think about the gun.
Anybody here with him last night?
Not before I left.
Maxwell smoked load of cigarettes?
Not that I know of.
Or was this one here on the mantel shelf when you left last night? Been left burning and charged the shelf.
It wasn't here when I left.
Well, this is probably the DA and his investigators.
There's something else I don't understand.
There's a lot I don't understand.
But Mr. Maxwell wore a wig, and he had artificial teeth. He was very particular that nobody ever saw him without them. And yet he...
Yeah. He doesn't have on his wig, and he doesn't have his teeth in.
Well, you won't have.
That's the DA. And here, Mr. Wilson.
What have you,
found out, officer? Well, he was shot through the head. House was locked, both doors locked on the inside, and no gun.
He was reading his morning mail when he was shot.
Yes, Harry. Who got him his mail?
He must have got it himself.
He was dead when you came in?
No, he was still breathing.
And he could have let the murderer in himself.
Yeah, but the murderer couldn't get out.
No? Who are you?
The milkman. I called you at headquarters. I was in the street delivering milk for 20 minutes and not a soul but the mailman.
The mailman? You saw him?
Sure. I waved to him.
How long before this woman, Mrs. Lawson, arrived?
Oh, less than 5 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight. No one has come out of this house since the mailman delivered the mail?
No.
Then whoever killed Maxwell is still in the house.
Sorry, Mr. Kelly, but that won't do. I searched the place while we were talking in here, and there's no one in this flat beside us.
Yeah, wait a minute. Maybe you didn't see anyone come out of this flat, but someone did. That's that. Well, Mr. Wilson, I was walking my beat, and I would have seen anyone leave. Then he was killed earlier than we think. Oh, couldn't he, Gary? He's got the mail in his hand. Oh, yes. I realized that as soon as I spoke. Here's something else to puzzle over. Look at the bullet hole smack in the center of his forehead. Yeah, but look where the bullet hit the wall. Can you beat that? Now then, where would a man have to stand in order to fire a shot on that angle?
Over about here, sir.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all right except for one thing. You're standing 15 feet away from Maxwell, and the shot was fired within 3 feet. See the powder burns? Well, the man would have to be lying down on the floor to fire the shot at that angle and leave powder burns. So it would seem. But what was Maxwell doing? Waiting for the murderer to take aim? Got me beat. It's got more than you beat. Wilson. Yes? I'm going out for a minute. Going to call the phone company. Yes? Yes. I've got an idea. I'll be back in a few minutes.
See if you can dig up any more of them.
Whoever killed Maxwell must have been well known to him. Well, we know that because he admitted the murder himself. He must have. But more than that, he was particular about his appearance. Mrs. Larson said so. He wouldn't have admitted anybody, that is, anybody he didn't know very well, without first putting on his wig and putting in his artificial teeth. So? So the murderer was a man and not a woman. And he was a man from whom Maxwell had no secrets. All good reasoning, Brown. But it neither gives us a motive nor does it explain how the murderer got out without being seen. Yeah, but Mr. Wilson, it does help to explain how the murderer got close enough to Maxwell to kill him at 3 feet without arousing his suspicion. You're right, Brown. You're dead right. Your idea at least narrows the field of search down to Maxwell's immediate friends. Here's Carrie. What'd you find out?
Plenty. Did you say, Brown, that this phone was out of order this morning?
Yes, sir. I tried to use it, and Mrs. Larson said
I said that the phone had been out of order for several days.
Well, listen to this. The phone company's records show a call, an incoming call at 3 this morning. Then Maxwell called Rockaway 1841. And at 6:09 he called a number in Garden City. But you, Mrs. Larson, say that the phone has been out of order for days.
I know it has, because the other day the chauffeur drove over here instead of phoning because he said the phone wouldn't work.
Well, it's beyond me. The fellow shot through the head, apparently makes no effort to fight, must have been shot by someone lying on the floor, doors, both of them bolted, the house under observation for at least 20 minutes, and a man doesn't live that long with a bullet through his brain. I tell you what.
Yeah, what, D.A.?
This place has me jittery. Let's go down to headquarters, send out the fingerprint boys, and talk it over down in my office where things like this don't happen.
The fingerprint boys went out to the Maxwell flat. They found nothing. No fingerprints but those of the legitimate occupants of the house. The cigarette on the mantel shelf? The Lotus cigarette meant nothing. The investigators never knew before that the Lotus brand of cigarette was so popular.
The DA's remarks about talking it over in the office became a joke to the department because every day Carey, Brown, the police surgeon, Wilson, and the fingerprint boys collected there to discuss the murder of the bridge whist expert.
I tell you, Chief, it was robbery.
All rubbish.
The man had $500 in bills in his pants pocket. $5,000 worth of jewelry lying loose on his bureau.
And if it were robbery, how come the thief gets within 3 feet of him before he plugs him?
And I don't care if it's robbery, mayhem, or anything else. That doesn't explain how the murderer got into a locked house, windows bolted, killed a man with a .45, was lying on the floor to do it, walks out with a milkman watching, a milkman who swears that no one left the house.
Backed up by the policeman on the beat.
Yes, and the woman, the housekeeper, who says that the murdered man was breathing when she entered the room. Well, everybody in the neighborhood seems to have been watching the house, and no one, not a soul, sees the murderer leave. And not a soul hears the shot.
What's that you said?
Not a soul heard the shot. My gosh, there's the solution, if only we knew how to apply it.
What have we missed? 8 o'clock? He's dead. Shot through the brain. Powder burns showed the shot was fired within 3 feet. Doors locked. Police outside. Milkman outside. Postman brings mail. So we know he was killed after that.
Do we? Listen, that's the second puzzling remark you've passed in 5 minutes.
Not a soul heard the shot. And do we? The chance remarks of a policeman on the beat. But they were the answers to the riddle which has haunted New York's police department for 15 years. But we believe that we have an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street. A few minutes before 8. A figure, the mailman, walks down the street and up the steps to number 644, rings the bell.
Oh, forgot some mail, did you? I just came to the door a moment ago and got the mail.
No, I'm not the mailman.
You? What on earth is the idea of the disguise?
Don't keep me standing here. You got my letter?
Yes, I got it. Come in. Come in here. You, don't mind if I continue to read my mail?
I'm only interested in one letter in your mail.
Yes?
Yes. Will you give it to me?
No, I won't.
You know what I said to you yesterday over the phone?
Quite well. And I haven't changed my proposition one little bit.
Listen, J.B. As a mother, I'll go down on my knees to plead with you.
Get up off your knees and forget the melodrama.
Look here, J.B. In my handbag...
You little fool. Don't touch that gun.
Listen, J.B. I'm going to kill you.
You idiot. You can't get away with this.
Oh, I can. I planned it. Don't move. I'm promising you. If you move, I'll kill you. You asked about my disguise. Now is it clear? No one notices a mailman. And this gun, J.B. You recognize it. My husband's. It has a silencer. But you, J.B., won't even hear it click. Oh, the letter. Where is it? Ah, under the chair. I'll move it. Oh, he's not so heavy.
The kneeling woman, the moved chair. These were the two things which confused the police when they investigated the acute angle the bullet had made. The mailman's disguise suggested itself to the woman because it was a letter she wished to recover from Maxwell. The mailman's disguise was what confused the witnesses as to the time element. Some of them saw the real mailman, others the murderer in disguise. So, the murderer, partly by luck and partly by planning, had left the New York police another unsolved mystery. Unsolved Mysteries. Down the ages, man has been seeking the answer to the riddle, what happens in the unseen realm beyond? With all our science, we're as far from answering that question as man was in the beginning. But with the accumulated records of the past, the conviction is borne strongly upon some that there is a link joining us mortals with those who have passed this way before. The scene is the famous American newspaper correspondent.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Blood on the Trumpet, a suspense play starring Mr. William Holden, with special trumpet effects by the famous Ziggy Elman.
I don't get to this part of New Orleans much, Sergeant Juno.
I used to come and listen to jazz once in a while.
Who's been on the case?
Me and Lieutenant Angelini. We've been on a study for 48 hours.
This the place, Juno?
Yeah, this is it.
That's not exactly a respectable-looking hotel.
When a man runs from murder, Castro, he can't stop to live in style.
Who found the body?
Landlady, she called in.
Messy, huh?
When you beat somebody's head in with a thing like a trumpet, it's real messy. All right, Castro, this is it.
You want me to kick it in?
No, Put your horn down, Vic. This is Sergeant Juno of the New Orleans Police. Put the horn down. Come out, kid. Come out with no monkey business.
Let me break it down.
No way.
The police. Oh, I'm glad it's the police. I'm so glad it's the police and not him.
Vic, in the presence of Police Officer Cassou, I arrest you for the murder of your wife.
In just a moment, Mr. William Holden in the first act of Blood on the Trumpet.
Hi, Harlow. Do I look any different?
Well, should you?
Of course. I'm winterized. Drove in to see my Autolite spark plug dealer. He changed the oil and grease, put in antifreeze.
And check the spark plugs, too.
And that's mighty important, Johnny Plug Check, because spark plugs are the very heart of a car's ignition system. When they're right, your chances of starting, even in the coldest weather, are better than ever. So, when you have your car made ready for winter,
check the spark plugs, too.
And replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, world famous for quality and dependability. You'll get smoother performance, quick start, and gas savings. So, friends, it's last call. Have your Autolite dealer winterize your car now. Get worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the standard type or the resistor type, you can't buy better spark plugs for your car because you're always right with Autolite. And now, with Blood on the Trumpet and the performance of Mr. William Holden, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
How's a guy supposed to feel when he's arrested for murder?
Want a cigarette?
No.
Yeah, we done a good job on her, boy.
Thanks.
Oh, here's my report, Castro. Get the Steno to type up 3 carbons and give one to Lieutenant Angelini.
Angelini?
Yeah, Vic, Lieutenant Angelini. He's the big boy in charge of the case. Very famous, New Orleans.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Eichstadt told me about him.
All right, Vic. Let's start from the reason why you killed Sarah, your wife.
All right. I didn't have a reason. It just happened. We had a fight. I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
Come on, big boy. Try hard for Sergeant Juno. Go back to when it started.
When it started? Who can say when it started? Maybe it started the first day I married Sarah. In my own mind, I don't know. Or maybe it started when I started playing trumpet in Lou Eichstadt's club down in the French Quarter. They called me great. Real great. The best trumpet since Beiderbecke Armstrong. Everybody thought so. Everybody. Everybody but Sarah, my wife. She didn't. She had different ideas about it. She couldn't understand a man loving music.
Has-been. You're a has-been. Only you never went anywhere to be a has-been. You were always a second-rate horn blower, and you'll never be anything else. Do you hear me? Never anything else.
Oh, Sarah, these walls are like paper.
So let him hear. I don't care. Let him know what a bum I've got for a husband. I'm sick of your talk. I'm sick of you. Turn that lousy record off.
Leave it on. Sarah, you got cotton in your ears. I said leave it on.
All day long, the same record around and around.
I said put it back on.
It makes me sick.
Sarah!
Always the same song and dance. A little time, Sarah, a little time.
Sarah, please.
You're a dreamer. You blow pipe dreams through that horn you play.
Shut up!
Wait, Sarah, wait. My ship will come in. Sure, I'll wait. While I'm waiting, you beat your brains out blowing a horn in a cheap dive. Your ship's sunk, and you don't know it. You know something? I wish I was dead. Did you hear that, trumpet man? I wish I was dead.
Sarah, when you talk like that, I wish I could kill you myself and make your wish come true. For 5 years, the same argument over and over, the same words, they never changed. I was late getting to the club, but I didn't care. Sarah talking to me like that. The first set, I was so sore I didn't need anything to make me hop. I blew that horn by the beat of my blood. We got our first break after the second set, and Lou, the owner of the club, came over and took my arm. Said he had somebody he wanted me to meet.
Oh, over here, Vic, my great trumpet man.
What's up, Lou?
Oh, a girl's up, Vic. A music lover who'd like to meet you. Miss Luana Durant, meet my trumpet man, Victor Mothers.
How do you do?
Hi.
Sit down, Victor, sit down. Talk some music. Talk some old-time jazz. Entertain Miss Durant, Victor. Talk about the jazz we play, huh?
Yeah.
Sit down, Vic.
Thanks.
Buy you a drink?
This water's strong enough.
You're good on that trumpet, Vic.
Think so?
Mm-hmm.
Pin a medal on me.
Hey, look, horn boy, you don't have to sit here and talk to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I tell you what I'll do, Mr. Rand. I'll let you buy me that drink, and you can tell me the story of your life.
That sounds like a bargain.
She ordered up, and we sat and talked. She told me the story. It was a brutal one. A sick father and a rotten mother. So to get away from it all, she married young. A musician that had had a sickness beside music. He drank himself to death. But from him, she'd learned something. She'd learned to love music, which was why she canvassed jazz joints. She said she'd been in every night for almost 2 weeks now, listening to our combo. She thought we were good, particularly the bright boy on the trumpet, me. The guys were moving up to the next set, so I made my excuses and left her. Lou Eichstadt stopped me by the platform.
Lay off, Vic. It's no good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about trouble. There's another guy. A rough guy. A guy that's a mean cop. A guy that doesn't deserve the name cop, and he wants her bad. He comes in every night, sits over in that corner and watches her.
I don't see him tonight.
Rico Angelini is a bad name for you to mix with.
Look, Lou, take it easy. I just met her.
Lay off, Vic. Go home to Sarah, your wife.
We finished the last set about 1. The table where Luana had been sitting was empty. Then one of the waiters came up and handed me a napkin. I looked at it. It had an address written on it in lipstick. Blood red lipstick. Capitular Hotel, Canal Street. I started to fold it up and toss it away, but suddenly I thought about Sarah. And I didn't toss it away. I shoved it in my pocket and walked out. It took me 15 minutes to get back to the boarding house. The light up in our room was still on, and Sarah was still up. And just like that, against the pull-down shade, I saw 2 shadows. One was the shadow of Sarah, and the other, the shadow of a man. I choked, and my breath came hard. My Sarah, my own Sarah, with some other guy. I waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then the light snapped out. I went up the stairs onto the porch and ducked behind a swing. The front door opened, and the outline of a big guy came out and went down the steps. I couldn't see his face, but as he passed under the street lamp, I could see he was wearing a green checkered shirt collar. Sarah, my own sweet little nagging wife, two-timing me, playing me for a sap. I took the napkin out of my pocket. Thanks, Sarah, for helping me to decide. Then I went where the lipstick told me.
Hi, Trumpet Man.
Hi.
Did the lipstick smudge?
I'm here. It didn't smudge.
Want to come in?
Lou Eichstadt says to lay off.
He's your father, maybe?
What do you want?
A ride? How about a ride in my fast car, Vic?
A ride this time of morning?
I know a little place where they serve good black coffee.
I've had kind of a rough time tonight. I'm tired.
Too tired of some good black coffee?
Oh, this is all crazy.
A cup of black coffee and small talk? I like your look. That's all.
That's all? You think that's all?
Down by the wharf? That's my last offer, Trumpet Man.
I asked for it, didn't I? We went down and got into her car, and she headed straight for the wharf. At Chiarello's, the lights were low, the music was soft, and the coffee was good. We sat and talked, and pretty soon we got back into her car and rode close to the river. She stopped the car and looked up at me. Her eyes were real black. She moved her lips close to mine. Those blood-red lips. What's Angeliti?
How'd you know? Oh, Lou Eichstadt, I get it.
Who is he? What is he?
A cop. I met him somewhere one night. He's called me a couple of times, but that's all.
That's all?
That's all, Trumpet Man. Nothing ever like this. Vic, let's go away, just you and I.
That's not possible.
Why? Tell me why it isn't possible.
I have a wife. Now, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
No, Vic. No, it doesn't. Why should it make a difference?
I don't know. I just thought maybe it would.
Vic, this can be for keeps.
You really mean it, don't you?
Let's go away and see how much I mean it. Let's go away together. Leave her. We'll go away and start something new.
Oh, Luana, I'm all mixed up in my mind. I meet you in one night. You don't even know me. We hardly know each other.
I like the way you look. Vic, let's go away. Let's go away in a little while.
I don't know.
I'll wait for you, Vic. I'll wait for you at the hotel.
All right. All right, baby. You wait for me at the hotel.
No. Press hard on my lips, Vic. Real hard, just like you do on your trumpet.
Something that had been hard for me to settle was easy now. I was through with Sarah, my great big headache. I was finished, and she wouldn't yell at me anymore, or cheat anymore. I could go away now. Go away from her and her nagging voice. Away from Sarah, and away from hate.
You, Vic?
Yeah, me, Vic.
Where have you been all night? It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Your voice makes me sick.
What should I think?
What should you think?
A no-good bum husband who stays out all
Now,
night.
be quiet for 1 minute, and I'll tell you a secret, my sinful wife. I'm leaving you. I'm going away.
You're going away. You're insane. What do you think?
Oh, it's time, Sarah. I finally woke up from that crazy sleep I was in. I'm leaving you.
So, you're leaving me.
Yes, I'm leaving you. We don't make the right kind of music anymore.
Music. Is that what you call it? No, it's not music. It's a hell. That's all it's ever been. You hear me? Everything I've ever done, every sacrifice I've ever made in just a simple sentence you make, it's all over.
Just as simple as that.
Maybe it just isn't music. Maybe it's something else. Like maybe another woman.
Sarah.
I knew it. I smelled it. Someone else. That's it, isn't it, Vic?
Sarah, stop it. Don't say another word.
Who is she? Some music lover you picked up? Who is she? Answer me.
Be quiet.
Who is she? Who is she, you dirty chick?
I said be quiet. You make me sick.
You hit me. You hit me. I'll show you, you dirty lass. I'll show you.
Stop it, sir.
Switch
Stop
me
your
around with you.
Sarah. Get up, Sarah. I didn't mean to. Sarah. I said to get up. I didn't. Sarah, what's the matter? Why don't you... Oh, Sarah, you're bleeding. I didn't mean to, Sarah. Oh, no. No, Sarah, no. No.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. William Holden in Blood on the Trumpet. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Winter, quite contrary. How does your weather go? With blustery winds and ice and snow and frozen cars all in a row.
That's a profound prognosis, my prophetic poet, unless you've had your car winterized. It's last call, friends. Have your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer change oil and grease, put in antifreeze.
And check the spark plugs, too!
Right, Johnny Plug Check. Spark plugs are the all-important heart of your car's ignition system. And when they're right, your chances of starting even in the coldest weather are better than ever.
So, check the spark plugs, too!
Yes, folks, visit your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that work as a team with your car's ignition system. Because they're designed by the same Autolite engineers who design complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. And whether you choose the standard type or the resistor type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. William Holden in Elliot Lewis's production of Blood on the Trumpet, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Something banged against my head. I turned over on my back and opened my eyes. And then I sat up. I was in bed, and the banging noise became a shade flapping against the window of a cheap hotel where I was hiding out. I got up off the bed and moved over to the window. The clock down across the street said 2:30. The sun was high and hot. I remember running from the boarding house last night. Running until I found this cheap hotel. What does a killer do? He runs from everything. I found a nickel in my pants pocket. And on this nickel, I pinned my hopes for survival. I called Luana.
Hello?
Luana, Vic.
What happened, Trumpet boy? She talk you out of it?
Luana, wait. Please listen to me. Now listen to me close and try not to get excited.
Hey, you sounded as...
Luana, look. After I left you, I went home to tell Sarah I was leaving her. She got mad. She got real mad, so... Well, I got a little rough, and... Well, what I did, I didn't mean to do.
Baby, Vic, what is it? What happened?
I hit her a couple of times. I hit her, and she fell, and...
Vic!
It was accident. A mistake, Lana.
I didn't mean it. I don't know how it happened. It was so fast. I just got mad. And...
Vic, baby.
Luana, listen. I've got to get out of town. I've got to run. I can't go back to the house.
Where are you?
Some cheap hotel, the Piedmont, just off Decatur. I need money. You've got to help me.
What can I do?
Get me enough money to get us out of town.
But, Vic.
You said it. Last night you said we'd go away together.
Vic.
Meet me.
When?
Now, half an hour.
No, you better stay right there. No one will spot you. Stay where you are till it's dark, then meet me.
Where and what time?
Tonight at 7 o'clock when it gets dark. Down near the end of the coffee stand in the Cafe du Monde.
All right. Tonight at 7. Down near the end of the stand where it's dark. I hung up. I couldn't stay in the hotel. My picture was probably spread over every paper in town. Maybe the clerk remembered me coming in. I'd better get out and move around. I went down to Decatur Street. It was starting to fill with late afternoon shoppers. I walked up and down the streets until 4 o'clock. And then I found an almost empty cafe and went in and ordered a cup of coffee. I was sitting there, staring ahead, trying to clear my mind, when suddenly I felt a big, flabby hand grip my shoulder. I turned and looked up into the beady gray eyes of the fat man with the green checkered shirt collar.
Why did you do it, Vic?
I jumped up and with all my strength I shoved both arms straight out and hit him in the stomach. I could feel both of my fists sink into the pounds and pounds of flesh. And then he was reeling backward, knocking over chairs and people. And I was running out the door and down the street. I slowed down, mixing in with the people pushing along. How was it possible? The guy that had been up in that room with my wife. Was it just a coincidence that he found me, or was he really looking for me? Time. Before I had no time. Now I had too much of it. I passed a movie theater. I stopped. Keep up the streets until dark. That was it. I went in. I don't even remember the name of the picture. I couldn't even concentrate on it. Because all the time I kept thinking about the fat man. What did he want with me? Was it really just a coincidence that he'd spotted me? The picture ended and the lights went up. I crouched down low in my seat, staring straight ahead. And then out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was walking up the aisle, looking up each row of seats. He was looking for me. I turned my head and held my hand up to the side of my face. He was coming closer now. He was at the next row. The lights went out and the newsreel started. I moved quick. I stumbled into the aisle and out in the lobby and got lost in the crowd of people leaving the show. It was no use. I couldn't shake him. Everywhere I turned, he was there. What did he want? Did he want to kill me? Kill me for murdering Sarah? Was that it? But that was my own business. If I wanted to kill my wife, that was my business. Oh, no, bad reasoning. I hadn't wanted to kill her. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. And then it was 7 o'clock, and I was down by the pier. There were a few people drinking coffee at the stand. I walked down to the far end, and then I saw her coming. Luana!
Vic!
Over here.
Oh, Vic, you're crazy. The cops are looking all over.
Oh, I don't care about the cops. It's him.
What are you talking about?
The guy that was with Sarah, the big fat guy. He's after me. All day long he's been after me. Luana, we got to get out of here.
Vic, you're crazy. You're all mixed up. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not mixed up, Luana. I tell you, he's looking for me right now. Any minute he might show up.
Vic, maybe you better give yourself up. Maybe it would...
For you. Don't you understand? I did this for you.
I didn't ask you to kill her. I didn't... Vic, stop it. You're hurting me.
All I need now is for you to turn against me.
Vic, let me go. Let me...
Luana, come back. Please, come back. For you. I did it for you, you dirty filth.
Hello, Victor.
What do you want? What do you want from me?
I want to give what's coming to you, killer. I'll get you now, killer. I'll get you now. Because you're finally cracked.
It was no good. I just couldn't run anymore. Everywhere I turned, he was there. I was being hunted by a guy with murder in his heart. Can you understand that, Juno? I made it back to the hotel, and I was waiting for him when you guys showed up. I never knew I'd be so glad to see the police. I never knew I'd be so glad.
Mm-hmm. The girl turns you in, Vic.
Luana.
She cried, Victor. She cried when she told us where you were.
I guess maybe she did right.
Yeah, I guess she did. All right, sign this confession. Gaston, call in Lieutenant Angelini.
Lieutenant, want to come in and look at the killer?
Hello, Vic.
It's him. The fat guy.
Take it easy, Vic, boy. Take it easy.
Why? He made me go out of my mind. A cop was chasing me.
I just wanted to see a killer run, Vic. Sign the confession, Vic.
No, this confession is all wrong. The part about the trumpet, this is all wrong. I didn't hit her with a trumpet.
Come on, trumpet boy, sign.
No, Angelini, I won't sign it. I didn't hit her with a trumpet.
You're crazy.
I won't. Something smells, something...
Hey, look, you, I'm tired. You give me a good chase. You make a confession, now you sign it.
No, I won't do it. This isn't what I said. I never said anything about hitting her with a trumpet. I hit her with my fist, and she
You're
fell.
crazy. You murdered your wife in cold blood. You went up there after you finished at the club. You had an argument. Then you smashed her head in with a trumpet. Then you wiped the blood off the trumpet.
Hey, wait a second, Angelini.
Shut up, Juno. Can't you see this guy's stalling? Now, come on, killer.
No, I won't shut up, Angelini.
Hey, now, listen.
My tapped report's still on my desk. You haven't read it yet.
Well, so what if I have?
So I was the guy who went up there and tabbed the body. When I got back, I briefed you. I made your report out. You just said you didn't read it. Well, there was something in that report I didn't bother to tell you about. I didn't think it was that important. I didn't tell you that the blood had been wiped off of the trumpet. There were only two people who knew that. Me, Lieutenant Angelini. Me and the killer.
Oh, you...
Juno. It was Angelini.
Hey, you lousy
Juno, it fits. What Luana said to me, what Lou Eichstadt said, it fits. This guy framed me.
I'll break your neck.
Take it easy, Angelina. He was nuts for her. Only she couldn't see him in dust. He must have spotted me that first night with her. He followed me. He was the guy Sarah was with when I got home. He was waiting for me.
I'll kill you.
Grab him, Captain. Grab him.
Filthy trumpet boy. Filthy.
You framed me, Angelini. Why?
Look at me, trumpet man. Look hard at my extra flesh and tell me why I would frame a man like you.
Luana.
Your wife wasn't dead when I went up there the second time. Her head was cut on the side. She was bleeding. But she wasn't dead.
You're under arrest, Angelini. I can't say I'm sorry. You're a disgrace to the force. All right, Vic, that's all I need from you. You can go now.
Hey, you. She's waiting for you outside.
Luana.
And she's crying for you. Juno. Bright Sergeant Juno. Hey, do you think if maybe I wasn't so fat, she would have cried some tears for me?
Sure, Angelini, sure. She might have cried for you.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. William Holden.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox, and now I'd like you to meet our star, William Holden.
Thanks for the curtain call, Harlow. I was hoping you would invite me to say a few words.
About your new Paramount picture, Union Station, no doubt. Well, Bill, I've seen it. That's great.
Well, thanks, Harlow, but I really intended to say a few words about Autolite.
Bill, that's the best curtain speech you could make, but you'll need more than a few words.
I know, Harlow.
Why, Autolite makes 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Electric windshield wipers, spark plugs, starting motors, batteries, bullseye sealed beam headlights, coils, distributors, generators. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Cary Grant as star of On a Country Road. And in weeks to come, you'll hear such famous stars as Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard and Van Heflin, appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin, with special trumpet effects by Ziggy Elman. Blood on the Trumpet was written for Suspense by Richard George Pedicini.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Cary Grant in On a Country Road.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you On a Country Road, a suspense play starring Mr. Cary Grant.
Relax, David. There's no hurry to get home.
Who can relax in this mess of traffic? There must be a wreck or something up ahead.
This keeps up, we'll get caught in the rain.
Yeah, looks like a big storm building up, too. Hey, remember that shortcut?
Which one?
Oh, the little tarred road that goes across through Center Marches and comes out on the other highway.
One we took last time?
Yeah. I'll turn off there and duck this pile up. I'd like to get as far as possible before that storm hits. Why don't you put out your hand?
David, don't get mad.
Well, he cut right in front of me trying to turn into that gas station.
Maybe he needed gas.
Oh. Turn on the radio, huh? Now, there.
This afternoon issues
Sounds like
warnings
news.
to all residents of Long Island to be on the
Turn it
lookout
up,
for
Dan.
Nellie Guller, a middle-aged woman described as dangerous and insane. She escaped this morning from Rescue Mental Hospital after fatally butchering a doctor, a nurse, and a ward attendant with a meat cleaver. This is the same Nellie Guller who a year ago murdered 3 persons on a Brooklyn street. This station
Oh, my
broadcasts a
mother-in-law.
full description of our regular newscast, which
At least we aren't the
follows
only
just
crazy people on Long Island. Why did you change it?
I don't want to listen anymore. Let's get home quickly, David. I don't like being out here with that woman running loose.
Uh-oh. Here's the storm. Roll up the windows.
In just a moment, Mr. Cary Grant in the first act of On a Country Road.
Amazing, Wilcox, amazing.
What's so amazing, Senator?
Your victory in the election.
My candidate's victory, Senator, the famous Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, everybody voted for the Autolite Stay Full battery.
You had plenty in reserve, Wilcox.
Reserve? Why, the Autolite Stay Full battery has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features.
Didn't you campaign with fiberglass retaining mats?
Sure did, Senator, because every positive plate of the Autolite Stay Full battery is protected with a fiberglass retaining mat to prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Why, your candidate is in for life, Wilcox.
Longer life, Senator, because the Autolite Stay Full battery gives 70% longer life as proved by tests conducted according to SAE minimum life cycle standards. So, friends, get acquainted with the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. See your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer now. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with On a Country Road and the performance of Mr. Cary Grant, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
They put her to sleep instead of just locking her up where she can escape and kill more people.
Put who to sleep?
That woman they were talking about on the radio.
Oh, she can't help what she does. She's sick.
What good does that do the people who get chopped up with a meat cleaver?
I don't know. The laws were made before the doctors knew very much about the human mind.
I still don't know much.
Oh, I can see what it is. There's a roadblock up ahead.
What's happened?
I don't know. Cops all over the road.
David, I'll bet they're looking for that crazy woman.
Oh, I guess so.
Hold it a minute.
What's up, officer?
Just a checkup, folks. Anything in the back seat?
Only the blanket and the lunchbox.
We went on a picnic.
Yes, ma'am. Seen any hitchhikers?
No, just traffic.
Okay. Move right along, please.
Are you looking for the crazy woman?
Move it along. Let's go.
He didn't answer.
He's busy.
What are you doing?
Listen.
All residents and motorists on Long Island are warned to be on the alert for the escaped insane woman who is somewhere on the island. She is described as tall, broad-shouldered, gray-haired, and rather heavy. She may still be armed with the cleaver. 100 men are searching the area, and they're prepared to shoot on sight. Here's another bulletin on the case, which just came in. Just a few minutes ago, the decapitated bodies of an elderly man and woman were found
here's
by
the
police
shortcut.
near Center
We haven't
Marishes
found
on
her
Long
yet.
Island.
This will get us out of that
I
traffic.
repeat that. The bodies of an elderly couple have just been found in their car near Center Marishes on a lonely, tarred road. Police are certain they were killed by Nellie Goller, the insane woman now at large. Residents of the area are warned not to open their doors to strangers. Motorists are cautioned to stay off lonely roads and not to pick up any hitchhikers. All persons are asked to be on the lookout for this woman. Here is her description
They haven't
again.
caught her
She is
yet.
tall,
Better turn that off,
gray-haired,
darling.
has broad shoulders
I thought
and
you wanted to
long
hear
arms.
it.
Oh, that's
She is
enough of
believed
it.
to be armed with the meat cleaver.
This shortcut will save us a lot of time.
Turned off the highway.
Sure, I told you when I did it. We've come over a mile already. Save us a lot of time.
But David, didn't you hear what the radio said about staying off lonely roads?
We only have to go across the other highway. It won't take long.
You sure?
Of course. We go past Center Marches, then take the left road and come out right by the highway bridge.
Center Marches is where she just killed those two people.
Oh, no. What can happen to us while we're driving? Besides, the whole island is full of men looking for this lunatic. They'll catch her. It's just a storm. Now, come on, quiet down. You're jumping.
I guess I'm silly. David,
What?
the gas gauge says empty.
There's still a couple of gallons left when it points to empty.
How long has it said empty?
Don't know. I'll get gas when we get across to the other highway.
David, I'm scared.
Relax, honey. Rain and wind always make you nervous as a cat.
I wish we'd stayed on the highway.
If I'd known you'd act like this, I would have.
Well, it's not my fault.
It's not mine either. I'm having trouble enough just trying to see through this storm.
David, let's not fight.
Driving through these burned-out woods in this kind of weather is enough to give anyone the willies.
Oh, goodness, it got dark so fast. I can hardly see ahead, even in the headlights.
There's something ahead.
Don't stop, David.
It's only a sign.
David, the crazy woman could be around here.
I'm not picking up anyone. I just want to know where I am.
Well, don't get out of the car.
I'm not. Calm down. Let's see. Center March is that way. Now, we'll take this road.
Center Marches. This must be the road where she killed those people.
Dorothy, please.
Sorry. Jumpy. Turn on the radio. Oh, this is a desolate place. We haven't even passed a house yet. Miles of woods on both sides of it.
It's so dark we couldn't have seen one if it were there. This rain seems to be getting worse.
David, I'm just sure this is the road where that woman killed those two people.
Oh, now stop that, Dorothy.
That's why the police had a roadblock by this road. The crazy woman might be any place in these woods.
But not necessarily where we are. Oh.
David, what's the matter?
Oh, that's fine. What a place to run out of gas.
Oh, no! David, you mean we're stuck here?
I'm afraid so, for the time being anyway. I'm sorry, dear.
That crazy woman is in the woods. She'll kill us.
She's nowhere near us.
David, quick. Turn off your headlights.
Why? Did you hear something?
David, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm scared.
I guess I should have out gas.
Oh, turn off the headlights, please.
Why?
She'll see us if you don't.
We won't see her if I do.
Please, David, turn them off.
Oh, now listen, Dorothy. Don't let this silly thing get the better of you.
Oh, just look at the headlights. Poking into darkness with nothing but wet bushes and trees. Rain falling. Please, David.
Oh, all right. There, now they're off. You feel better sitting in the dark?
Only the thunder and lightning would stop. And this rain.
Look, Dorothy, there's no sense sitting here all night. It's only a few minutes past 10 o'clock. I'm going to walk up the road a bit. There might be a house or something
You're
there.
not going to leave me here. I won't let you go.
Dorothy, we can't sit here in the middle of nowhere for the rest of the night.
We're safer here than out there. David, she's probably hiding in the woods. She's just waiting for a chance to kill us.
Oh, come on, Dorothy. Why should she be right where we run out of gas?
Why
now?
can't she be here? Please stay in the car.
All right.
Lock the doors from the inside.
Why? What is it?
Now she can't get in here.
She's nowhere near
Oh,
us.
don't be mad at me, David. I'm so scared.
Well, if she's out there, she can easily smash the windows.
Oh, don't scare me anymore. I know I'm acting silly. I can't help it.
Oh, no. Come, let me put my arm around you. There.
Oh, David.
Okay. Put your head on my shoulder.
Forgive me, David.
Well, go ahead and cry. Go on. It'll make you feel better.
Isn't there some popular music?
We're now to search for the escaped insane woman who has killed 5 persons in fleeing from a Long Island mental hospital. Rain and darkness are hampering the search. Over 100 police are combing the wooded area near Center Mauritius. It was near there that an elderly couple were butchered on a lonely, tarred road. In making her escape this morning, the mad woman killed a doctor, nurse, and...
Let's leave it off for a while, huh?
So quiet and lonely here. Wish it were morning.
Look, Dorothy, I'll run up the road. There might be a house.
No, David, please. Listen. Did you hear that?
What? I don't hear anything.
Listen. There it is.
No, I can't. It's a dog. A little dog barking.
David?
Well, I guess it's only a lost dog. Or maybe there's a house nearby.
Or the crazy one. Oh, David! She's out there!
Something hit the back of the car.
It's her!
Is the door locked on your side?
Yes. Well, what if she breaks the windows? She's got a cleaver.
In that flash of lightning, I saw somebody.
Is it the crazy woman?
I can't tell. She's lying on the road.
Can you see her? Is she still there?
Too dark to see. Have to wait for the lightning. I saw her. She's getting up now.
She'll kill us. She'll kill us.
Calm down. Please.
What is she doing?
I don't know. She must have been running. She didn't see the car and ran right into it.
She's at the window. Right next to you.
Oh, my Lord! Look at her. Get away from that window.
David, she's trying to get in the car.
Look at that face. And her hair. Go away!
Let me in! I'm not crazy! The crazy woman is after me!
David, don't let her in.
Let me in!
Don't let me scare her. Go away! Go away! We've got a gun. We'll shoot.
It worked. She's staring at us.
I'm warning you. I'll shoot.
David, she's coming back.
Please don't leave me out here! Please! That woman will kill me! Please!
David, take your pipe. Hold it like a gun. It'll look like a gun.
Where is it? In the glove compartment.
Here it is.
Look! I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot.
She's backing away.
Keep going before I start shooting.
She's gone. She disappeared.
We can't get out now. All we can do is sit here all night. and wait for help.
Can you see her? Where'd she go?
I don't know. She's out there, though. Probably planning on how to get in this car.
David, what are we going to do? She's the one I know.
She didn't have a cleaver?
She must have dropped it when she ran into the car. Her face is all twisted, her hair hanging down.
And she's back there looking for the cleaver now.
She'll kill us. She'll kill us.
Dorothy, stop it.
She'll kill us. David! David!
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Cary Grant with Kathy Lewis and Jeanette Nolan in On a Country Road. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Wilcox, what was your platform?
Why, the Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Go on, Wilcox.
Well, we pointed out that the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features.
Amazing.
Ah, but that's not all, Senator, because we pointed out, too, that the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life. 70% longer life, in fact, as proved by tests conducted according to SAE minimum life cycle standards. Then there's fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and to give the Autolite Stay Full scintillating superiority.
How is your plurality, Wilcox?
Sensational, Senator. We got all but 1 vote.
Why, that's positively preposterous.
Sure is, Senator, because everybody's heard of the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Cary Grant in Elliott Lewis's production of On a Country Road, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The window. David, she broke the window.
Get away from there. Stay out of the car.
I'm coming in. I can't stand it.
Stay out of the car. I warn you. I've got a gun.
You wouldn't shoot me.
Go away. You're crazy. We know all about you.
I'm not the crazy woman. Believe me. Let me in.
Don't do it, David. She's trying to trick us.
Listen to me, please. I've been running in this awful storm. My car is stuck in the ditch back there.
How far back?
I don't know. It seems like miles. I heard about the crazy woman on the radio. I was afraid to stay in the car alone. Let me in.
No, David.
Go back to your own car.
No. It's so dark and so lonely in this storm. I locked the doors, but I was afraid I could see things and hear things in the darkness. I couldn't stand it anymore. I got out and I ran. It's the rain. That's why I look like this. I'm not the crazy woman.
Dorothy, maybe she isn't a crazy woman. Maybe she's just scared and exhausted.
Let me in, please. Let me in.
No, David, no. She's the one I know.
This crazy woman had a cleaver. I'm not armed. The 3 of us will be safer together.
No, she makes sense to me, Dorothy. We would be safer with one more person.
Oh, David, I don't know.
Let me in, please. I'm wet to the skin.
I'm going to unlock the door, Dorothy.
David.
All right. Now, get in. I'll make one move and I'll shoot you.
Goodness. Sit down.
All right. Now, there's a blanket on the floor back there. Try and dry yourself off with it.
Oh, the darkness, the rain. It was enough to drive me out of my mind.
Well, just take it easy, lady.
I ran and ran. All I could hear was feet chasing after me, hunting me.
You live near here?
Farther out, near Rescue. I used to live in Brooklyn.
Rescue is the mental hospital.
I know. I'm used to the crazy people, but not a night in a lonely place like this. Not the kind who kill people.
You live at Rescue?
No, just near there.
David, we can't sit here not knowing. If we could get to a phone.
A phone?
Why? To call the police. Get some help.
No! Don't do that.
Why not? Why don't you want the police?
Oh, I do. But you'd be killed.
What do you mean?
The woman. She'll kill him if he goes away from this car. Oh. There's that dog. You hear it? Somebody's out there.
Well, there must be a house up ahead. Maybe it's barking to be let in.
No. It senses somebody. There's somebody out there. The crazy woman's creeping around out there. Quick! Let's get away. Look out, David.
Go of me. What are you trying to do?
Start the car, quick. We'll get away.
We're out of gas.
Out of gas.
You don't think we parked here for the fun of it, do you?
Oh, such a desolate place to run out of gas. Stop barking. What does it mean? You can't just sit here. We've got to get away.
Oh, I'm not a magician, lady. I can't make gasoline out of rain.
Oh, you can't stay here the whole night. You hear me?
Let go of me. There's nothing I can do.
Try something, anything. Don't just sit there. She's scaring me, David. Stop her.
Cut it out. Cut it out. You'll have us all in hysterics.
All right, I'm sorry. Look, I got an idea. Give me your gun.
What for?
What for? I'll tell you. I want it. Give it to me. Listen to me. I'm all right, but I can't sit here all night. I go crazy. Give me the gun. I'll go. I won't be afraid of the dark, the noises, the feet following me. I'll go. I promise you. But give me the gun.
No, now sit down.
Please. I'll go. I promise. I can't stand sitting in the dark like this.
Can't you stop her, David?
I told you to shut up. If you don't, you'll have to get out of the car.
Not into the woods again. Oh, you're nice people, aren't you? Or do you want me to leave so you can shoot me? Is that it?
We're not going to shoot you. We don't have a gun. It's only a pipe.
Dorothy.
A pipe? A smoking pipe? I'm sorry. Then you're unarmed. I'm sorry, David. Why did you tell me you had a gun?
What difference would it make to you whether I'm armed or not?
I don't know you. Maybe you two are more dangerous than the crazy woman.
I'll tell you what I think. I think you're the crazy woman. The way you grabbed David when you wanted him to start the car.
Dorothy, stop it. Don't excite her.
Don't excite me. Why? Do you think I'm dangerous? An old woman you took into your car, two of you, and you're afraid of me?
I'm not afraid of you. Now sit back in the seat and don't try anything.
David, the storm is stopping. Maybe now is the time.
The time for what? What are you going to do? You two are up to something.
Oh, shut up! My wife meant now is the time to go for help.
I did not. I meant now is the time for us to escape. David, can't you see it? She's the one. She'll kill us.
You little...
Oh, stop it. Sit back in that seat.
You haven't got a gun.
No. But I've got a knife.
David!
It's my jackknife. But it's sharp and strong, so don't try any tricks.
All right. Threaten me. Watch me while that woman is out there. All you can do is sit and wait for her to make the next move.
David, she can kill us like that old man and woman. They must have been on this same road. They were in their car, too. They must have let her in.
We'll leave, then. The three of us will walk. We'll stay close together. We'll be quiet. Anyone hiding in the woods won't hear us.
Don't get out of the car, David.
Oh, how will we find our way? It's too dark.
We'll find our way.
Look out there. The road's full of shadows.
Get her out of the car, David. She wants to kill us. Kill you.
Now, look, if you want to go, why don't you leave? We're going to stay here until some help comes.
Oh, I'd be helpless alone if I had a gun or something. You're nice.
Oh, why doesn't somebody come? Where are the police? I can't stand this.
Nobody will come. There's no one in these woods. They're burned out and deserted.
Dorothy, come on, please.
It was your idea to use this road. You wouldn't listen to me and stop for gas.
I couldn't help it. I got lost.
Oh, why don't you do something? Not just sit here waiting. Do something before we're murdered. Are you so helpless?
All right. I am going to do something. I'll go for help.
That's it. Get help.
it in the moonlight. It glitters.
What is it?
Your wife is hysterical.
She was holding it. A long piece of broken glass, long and pointed. See? She doesn't answer. She's just watching us. What is she waiting for?
It's from the broken window. That's where she got it.
So what if I have it? I'm not going to sit here defenseless.
She's going to attack us.
Don't be silly. It was all right for you to have a knife. Why can't I be armed for whatever may come?
Give me that broken glass.
Give it to you. You think I'm crazy? You couldn't protect us from anything.
Oh.
David, what are you doing?
Why are you climbing over the seat? What are you...
I warn you. I'm through letting my wife be terrified. Give me that glass.
Stay away from me!
Once I left the car, you were going to butcher my wife. With that broken glass.
No! No! David! David!
Give me that glass!
You're crazy! Let me alone!
Hold her, David. Hold her. Don't let her free.
Wrong. Cut my arm.
You'll kill me!
Drop that glass!
You both gone crazy! You're trying to kill me!
Like you were going to murder us?
No, I wasn't.
Don't let her get free.
Can't hold her. She's strong.
If you have a knife, then I'll have glass.
David, hold her.
Much longer.
I'm not crazy. Please believe me.
You've got my throat. Choking me.
Your knife. David, your knife. David. Oh. David, you killed her. David, you killed her.
I couldn't help it. I didn't mean it.
Oh, you're covered with blood.
She was going to kill us. There's some lights. A car is coming. Help's coming.
Hey there, you in the car. Why are you parked here?
It's the police. At last.
We ran out of gas. The crazy woman.
What a night to run out of gas. You couldn't have picked a better spot. What with that woman running around loose?
Officer, we want to tell you.
A farmer up the road called us. Said his dog's been barking at something.
We caught her.
Who'd you catch?
The crazy woman. She's in the back seat, dead.
What? No, she's alive. Hurt bad, though.
She was trying to kill us.
Well, we'll get her to a hospital. You two had better come with me. We captured that crazy woman a half hour ago. I don't know who this lady is. Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Cary Grant.
Wilcott, did your candidate's entire ticket get into office?
Yes, sir, Senator. Along with the Autolite Stay Full battery, the voters elected all of the 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, electric windshield wipers, wire and cable, starting motors, all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, for your Thanksgiving holiday listening, Mr. Ozzie Nelson and Miss Harriet Hilliard as stars of Going, Going, Gone. And in the weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Van Heflin, Alan Ladd, and Cornell Wilde, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. On a Country Road was written for Suspense by Walter Brazar.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard in Going, Going, Gone.